Hello!
Hello! I'm the one with blue hairs and pronouns.
I think Sage means which Umineko character has blue hair and pronouns.
Me. I'm right there.
Yes, true, yeah. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Umineko Episode 1. Honestly, I'm looking for an excuse to play this game like 50 times before I've even finished it the first time. It's just one of those games. It feels crazy to start a replay halfway through it, but it's also the perfect time to start a replay. I feel insane. You would not believe the Google Docs that I have going of notes.
They are insane.
They are insane. Grace, we did briefly discuss, I was talking with Adrian about it, because the game is in the old school, like, 4:3 aspect ratio, so there's these gigantic black bars on either side of it, and I was like, it's almost perfect to put on either side. It's entirely possible. I might genuinely, with your permission, on the next stream we do of this, put your art in the little black bars if I can get it to fit.
It would be so good.
Because it would be really fun. There's at least one Umineko character with blue hair and pronouns. I haven't met this character.
No, there's two then.
Who else has blue hair? Oh, you're so right. I was like, what does that gesture mean? No, I understand.
The one that's from the mob.
You're so right. Adrian and I have been watching the same playthrough, but at different paces. Which has been a delight. But yeah, welcome to Umineko. This game has consumed me, so if you know absolutely fuck all about this game, which you might, because I've said a lot about it, but I feel like I haven't described it. From the
Don't
mob,
worry about it.
Nine, blue-haired character who, in that playthrough, because this character says "yeah" sometimes, they specifically gave this character like a 1940s mobster voice. Because they instead of the "yeah" being interpreted as like a cute noise, they interpret it as like a "yeah," see? And it's extremely funny. Exactly, Grace. Literally. Yeah. That playthrough has some of the greatest voices of all time. Incredible just decision making on their parts. Rush and Jessica, you will always be famous.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, yeah, so if you know absolutely shit all about this game, it is I would say one of the classic entries in the genre of VNs that is like the mystery, horror, meta bullshit. We really need a concise name for that, because I feel like there's like a lot of visual novels that are in that wheelhouse.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like mystery, horror, meta bullshit. It is increasingly obvious to me that Uchikoshi played Umineko and probably also Higurashi at some point, just because they make a lot of similar references. Like they both reference other like literary works, but they reference the same ones. And just there's a lot of just like things where I'm like, I see a lot of shared sensibilities here in terms of like writing style, artistic decisions. So it's a good one. So basically the fundamental premise is that imagine, if you will, a family that has so much money and they're the worst. Every person, imagine, if you will, a family that is wealthy and so bad, the worst family that there has ever been. They're awful. Not one of them is good. Even the ones that I like. Especially the ones that I like. It is one of its big inspirations, and I haven't read this myself, but I just know this to be true. One of its big inspirations is And Then There Were None by Agatha Christie, in the sense that they have a very similar premise of a bunch of rich people go to an island, and a murder mystery ensues.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's that. It's so hard to, like, concisely describe what goes on in this VN, but that's the gist of it, I think. It's very, and then there were none. It's just a touch Knives Out, a little bit. It is rich people, big mansion, inheritance drama type shit. Are you saying they did not earn their money through God's graces for their golden hearts? You've chosen some very funny words. Is all I'll say.
They got someone's graces, all right.
Yeah. Yeah, so
They
this
did
is...
kind of get their money from, like, the most ethical way I think you could become ultra rich. I do think that is, like, they objectively chosen one of the most ethical ways you could do that.
They're going to describe how that man got his fortune, and you're going to... I know what you're talking about, but we're going to get to a part of the game where they describe how that man got his fortune, and you are going to look like an asshole for saying that. Because I just got there earlier when they go into the history.
For a second, I am mostly joking.
Yes, yeah.
There are many stories about how they got their wealth.
Yes. I know what you meant. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of the gist of it. Inheritance drama, murder mystery, isolated on an island, big family, the worst family. If you see in the pinned comment, I have given an overview of the content warnings for this game, just to, like, give you a vibe. The content warnings for this episode of this game, let me be actually so clear about that, because there's other shit in other episodes I've played, and there's shit in episodes I haven't played that I can make some educated fucking guesses about what might also be in this. Statistically, there's some shit that is very likely to happen that I have not personally seen.
They have made some implications.
It's just that they've introduced scenarios where past a certain point it's hard for that not to happen or have happened at some point. So, take heed. But at least as far as when we're playing through episode 1, I have a pretty good sense of where most shit is. So, like, we'll do our best to keep on top of that for at least, like, the real stuff, but, boy, does this game contain scenes.
This game truly contains some
scenes. So, as I put in the content warnings, it's a murder mystery. There is some graphic descriptions of violent murder. Mm-hmm. Very violent. You are thinking it's bad, it's probably worse.
Well... For this episode, it's not the worst.
It's rough.
I didn't
Comparatively, this episode is tame, but...
I did not get physically sick from this episode.
Yeah, other ones sure did. But yeah, there's some yucky, disgusting murders in this. Like, more yucky than an average murder mystery. Mm-hmm. If you need more details, hit me up. There is verbal and physical child abuse. There is both a, like, described depiction of this and multiple references to it throughout. I know when the most intense scene relating to this will be. I will know it is coming, and I will say something. As far as the offhand references to it, it is often enough that I don't know if I can remember all of them.
Yeah.
This family is so cool and normal, by the way.
Yeah, things are good for them.
And everyone is so mentally well.
Mm-hmm. They're so normal about women.
Shit, I also forgot there is, like, ableism, too.
Yeah.
Pertaining to... those are related things.
Yeah.
Some of the abuse is pretty specifically ableist. And... lastly, Battler is the protagonist of this game, and for the first, like, 4 hours of it, they do a lot of classic old-school horny joke gags, which is super cool considering the setting of this game is a family reunion. We're gonna take the same approach that we do with Sigma, which is to say, when it gets real bad, we're just skipping that shit. I'm not reading all that.
I'm not fucking reading that.
It's bad for a while, and then I promise you it goes mostly away. Not entirely away, I can't make you that promise. The worst of it does go away. After, like, probably it'll mostly be in this stream, and then after this it will be much less. Because it drops off pretty quickly, so just...
When things start getting serious, Battler stops being as horny.
At least he's in horny later in ways that are mostly actually funny.
Yeah.
So we have that going for us, but yeah, he's gonna suck for a little while, and I'm sorry. So that's a thing. I think that about covers it. Anybody who might remember better than me, let me know if I've like missed anything.
Yeah, I will not be the rememberer as much. I remember some things, but I have not memorized Umineko yet. Yeah. I will.
Understand that I'm the guy who did the Zero Escape content warnings and forgot about like an instance of child murder in ZTD or whatever.
Yeah.
So like, you know, understand that I am working from my memory as good as it is, but that is the stuff that I think is the most a lot. As far as the yeah, well, I mean, I'll also like, I'm familiar enough with episode 1 because I've watched half of it like 4 times now because something's wrong with me. Kinzo's Kinzo, but I feel like we covered our bases largely with Kinzo. He's the
patriarch, which means a lot of things stem from him.
It's the 80s, by the way.
Yeah, it's the 80s.
So like everyone is really cool about women. But it is like it's purposeful in the story that characters are misogynistic. Like, it's not like, I don't feel like it's the author being misogynistic when these characters are terrible to women, is what I will say. They are just, like, shitty to women. Because they are bad people, because this is a game about bad people. But that is, yeah, Kinzo sure is normal.
He has some good voice lines.
Yeah. I feel like what Kinzo's deal is will become apparent almost immediately. That being said, I think that kind of covers our bases about what we're here to get into. Let's get into it. Oh, we cut off the chat a little bit, but it's not too bad. I knew there would be, like, some overlap with the art. That's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah. But yeah, let's play a little game called Umineko.
I just love seeing just Grace all hell.
All hell.
All hell.
All hell. Alright. Ding dong. Oh, I gotta crank that.
Ding
So...
dong.
Oh yeah, also, Umineko's technically split into 2 games. They're called the Question Arcs and the Answer Arcs. The first 4 episodes are called the Question Arcs, the last 4 episodes are called the Answer Arcs, so... we'll be playing episode 1, which takes a while. You can also, like, force unlock stuff early, but the game warns you in scary red text that you shouldn't do that.
Interesting, it's in red text.
Yeah, that's an interesting artistic decision.
I love the color red.
Yeah.
You may not know this about me, but I love a bright red that sears your eyes.
You do, yeah. Episode 1 is called Legend of the Golden Witch. Welcome to Rakenjima. The Golden Witch extends her heartfelt greetings. Please, take it easy and relax for the time being. There's no need to think overly hard about any of this. Quietly accept all that is about to happen. That is all that's being asked of you. The difficulty level is standard. We might as well at least start by taking the easy road.
There is no gameplay.
Yeah, by the way, there is a difficulty level. This is a kinetic novel. There's not even choices.
I want like kinetic novel.
This is This is one of those visual novels that, like, people argue about whether you should call it a game or a novel.
Because I call it a novel when I describe it to other people, so I sound fancy.
But the difficulty level is standard, so we might as well start by at least taking the easy road. I love you stock door creaking sound effect number 7.
Ah!
Yeah, they do. It does default to the Steam art. I'll talk about that momentarily because I will be playing not with the art that you see before you.
I hate the pachinko art. I hate it so much.
I strongly prefer the original art. But we have this little thing called tips mode where basically we get a little it keeps some very rudimentary notes for us and keeps some like character profiles, so whenever we meet a new character, somebody pops up on here. They keep track of a little bit of you can see these lines here that denotes things that will become clear. And at any point you can kind of like look at people if you want to like see like aspects of their design or get a little profile, remind yourself who they are. So it's a cool little thing. It is. This story, by the way, is obviously fictional and fantastic in nature.
I love it so much. Obviously.
No, this happened.
This is real. This happened to my buddy Battler.
This
Ah!
Put that shit away. So
there
we
we go.
Delightfully have the ability to toggle between the OG art and the new Steam art. I will be keeping on the OG art just because I like Rikishi's jank. He does get closer. all the Steam art is like zoomed out.
Yeah.
A little bit. It's very strange. You can see more of them. I really love Rikishi's jank-ass old art so much. I love the mitten hands that he draws with. It is so charming to me. I think the expressions are really good. I like them a lot. Of course, Grace, anything for you. Also, let me know how the volume is. He also puts his hands behind his back and then sets them back down.
He's like one of my English teachers in high school, where he take like a step forward, like a step backward, and he do that all while talking. That's what he's doing right now.
Yeah, exactly.
No one.
Nothing.
We don't know anyone.
Yeah. This is a.
Oh yeah.
I forgot this is going to happen every time you close the menu. They have 2 different glass shattering sound effects that it rotates between.
Me when I'm robbing an establishment.
Exactly. Sage, your boyfriend knows Umineko?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Taste. Sorry, I'm getting like so distracted, so lost in the sauce here.
We haven't even gotten one line of dialogue.
Not even one.
Again!
Are you gonna be this
No.
this fellow?
Sure, I'll be Nanjo.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, sorry, spoiler.
How dare you?
Yeah, so you still haven't overcome your love of alcohol.
The old physician let out a sigh as he removed the stethoscope. 2 elderly men could be seen in the dimly lit study, which was filled with which was filled with dust and a sickly sweet stench. There's gonna be some pregnant pauses in this stream. Disregard. Don't even worry about it. In the corner of this room, which was much larger than what most people would call a study, was an expensive-looking bed, a man undergoing a medical examination, and the physician conducting it. There was also what appeared to be a servant watching over the whole scene.
Just appeared to be a servant.
To whom?
It might just be some guy.
Oh fuck, what does he sound like even?
Some old fart.
Thanks. The bottle is my friend. It is no less of a friend than you, and it has stood by my side even longer than you have. As the man bearing his chest for the stethoscope rearranged his clothes, he spoke unapologetically.
Ginzo-san, your body only appears to be well thanks to the effects of the medicine. However, if you continue to drink such strong spirits, the treatment will become meaningless. Trust my judgment. Refrain from drinking.
I thank you, although only for the sentiment, my friend.
Fuck my liver! I hate it. I always hated it anyways. God, his liver must be that of a fucking god if he's lived this long while being an alcoholic.
Yeah, it's not super clear how old he is, but he's like pretty old. His kids are like, some of his kids are in their 50s. Hi, welcome in.
Hey! Excellent message to come in with.
Yeah, truly. I had a feeling that might be Jacob.
Hello.
Welcome. Hi. Hello. Genji, another glass. Water it down slightly. That way Nanjo can save face. I don't think a little water's gonna help at fucking all.
Oh god, who wants to take this gay old man?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I think
I'm trying to think of who
you
he
should take Genji.
Yeah, alright. I'll take that, yeah. Are you quite sure? Distinguishing these old man voices is gonna be... After eyeing the master who demanded the alcohol and the family doctor who forbade it, Genji, the old butler, silently gave a slight nod and carried out his master's orders faithfully.
Do you think Genji and Kinzo explored each other's bodies?
You know how I feel about that.
Yeah! We got real old man Yaoi here.
Yeah. We got true organic old man yaoi. Diversity
Step aside
wins.
people who say that Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth are old man Yaoi, or whatever the fuck people are saying these days.
The family doctor, Nanjo, let out a deep sigh once again as he watched the butler busy himself alongside the liquor cabinet. There was a smell filling up the room.
I forgot that liquor was like the name of, you know, like alcohol, and I thought you meant like a liquor, like someone who licks.
Okay.
Actually, no. I was thinking specifically of the enemy from Resident Evil, which is just a freak with a big old tongue.
Yeah, that sounds like some Resident Evil shit.
Like the liquor cabinet. Why so tasty? The liquor.
Sage and Jacob, is that down to the same number of R's?
You two are
That's
internet
so
poisoned. I love you.
Can open it, get a couple kissies. I feel like that would fix Kinzo.
Yeah. I think gay sex would have fixed Kinzo.
Yeah, that's the only argument against the fact that he and Genji explored each other's bodies, just because I feel like gay sex would have made a lot of his problems less severe than they currently are.
Yeah. Gay sex would have saved Kinzo's liver.
Umineko if Kinzo just had gay sex.
Yeah.
I just made a gesture with my hands to indicate something very small. This sweet, poisonous aroma felt as though it melted the heart, if not the soul itself. It was the smell of that venomous green drink that the man couldn't bear to part with.
Mountain Dew.
I was gonna say the only green alcoholic drink that I know is the cocktail called alligator sperm, so...
He's drinking Mountain Dew.
He's drinking Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew is a kind of demonic absinthe.
Yeah. Listen, my friend Kato was just like, I love energy drinks that make me think of poison, and Mountain Dew is a poison.
Yeah. That's my belief now, honestly. I feel like nothing about Umineko changes if demonic absinthe is just Mountain Dew.
Yeah. Mountain Dew that he pours like vodka in.
Oh god, that is demonic. There's no evidence to suggest this isn't true.
Yeah, this is true. Kinzo told me.
Nanjo, we have to get through this scene.
Yeah.
You're my close friend, and we have known each other for quite a long time. I am deeply grateful for all that you have done to keep me alive this long.
I've done nothing. After all, you'll never listen to my advice as your physician.
There's no way Baja Blast existed in the... I don't even know that Mountain Dew existed in the 80s, to be honest.
I thought you meant to say, I don't even know if Baja Blast exists now.
Yeah. Baja Blast exists. I hope you could hear the quotes around that.
Yeah.
Ooh, Baja Blast exists!
Baja Blast exists!
Thank you, Nine, you understand. You're always on my side. Baja Blast came out in 2004. Damn. Well, that means it was out when the game came out, and honestly, this game is comfortable enough with anachronism that I'll take it.
Yeah. Exactly 20 years ago?
Wait, 20 years ago to this day? Or just like 20 years ago exactly in the sense that it was 2004?
Are we on the 20th anniversary of Baja Blast?
Happy 20th birthday, Baja Blast.
Next year you can drink.
Next year you can put vodka in Baja Blast. And you never listen when I warn you about a mistaken chess move you're about to make. It seems only fair, does it not? I did briefly think about it would be funny to try and, like, make a mixed drink that is, like, the demonic absinthe. Like, figure out how to make something that's, like, fucked up and green. They don't describe what's in it, at least where I'm at.
We'll just go to the bar that
They just
Phil
say it
works
looks
at.
like poison.
I'll just go to the bar that Phil works at, and I'll be like, "Can you make me something that's fucked up and green?"
Yeah.
And he'll make it.
Master. It's just absinthe from the 80s. Oh, okay, yeah. That checks out. Yeah, absinthe is green, huh?
Kinzo actually invented Baja Blast, except that Taco
That's actually where
stole it.
That's actually where the Yoshinomiya family fortune comes
Yeah,
from.
actually, they had
Kinzo
the
invented Baja Blast in 19 whenever the fuck.
Yeah, in the 30s or 40s.
Yeah, whenever they said he got rich. Anyway, your pregnant pause definitely already has me think about this, but the instructions said not to think. They did specifically tell you to just kick back and not think, which you should definitely trust and listen to. This is one of those games where you don't have to think about it at all.
Not at all.
No, you shouldn't be paying attention. Definitely don't take notes if something seems interesting to you.
Definitely don't make a several pages long Google Doc.
No, never. I'm crazy.
Including screenshots that you went back to find.
That's true. I do have so many screenshots. Some of my screenshots are just stuff that's fucked up the second time around. Thank you. I wouldn't die if I ran out of your medicine, but I would if I ran out of this. Disregarding Nanjo, who had his face set in a resigned expression, Kinzo took the glass that Genji was holding out to him. Very few people would associate that venomous color with an alcoholic beverage.
For Loco.
For Loco. I'm not gonna be able to not think of it as Mountain Dew anymore. Yeah. They're gonna be like, that sickly, toxic green liquid, and I'm like, you're just... All of the things that they use to describe it just describe Mountain Dew.
Sweet, venomous green.
Yeah, that's just Mountain Dew. Joker juice. I hate that. Nanjo, be honest with me. How much time do I have left?
Well, now... How short must I make it to convince you to set the bottle aside?
Nanjo once again let out a sigh of resignation. Then, he finally spoke to Kinzo as the latter swirled his glass.
You don't have long.
What precisely do you mean by that?
Let us illustrate it with the chess game here. You have nearly achieved checkmate, but you have not yet cornered my king.
Nanjo's gaze was directed at a side table with a massive chess set placed on top of it. Judging by the positioning of the pieces, the game seemed to be entering its final stage. I wish I knew enough about chess to know if that's true. Chess is never a metaphor, Grace. Famously, there will be no further references to chess in this game. This is the only
not.
one.
This is the only time when chess appears in this whole series.
Yeah, you'll never hear that again. Black's rook and bishop were cutting deeply into enemy lines. White's king had already been castled and cornered, so that even an amateur could see that the match would reach its conclusion before too long. Does it look pretty late game? Nice. I just don't know, I'm not somebody who can... I know the rules of chess, but I don't know, like, chess theory, so I can't, like, look at a board and know what the hell is going on. I just know how I'm allowed to move the pieces. I know where the horsey goes.
Remember When I was in middle school, I had a middle school boyfriend who was on the chess team.
Mm-hmm.
And like he tried teaching me chess, except he wasn't good at teaching me chess, and I just lost. And he's like, let's play suicide chess, where you try to make yourself lose. And then he died before I could. Because he's like, we should play this because you're good at losing at it.
Oh my god.
So you could win this. And then I didn't win suicide chess.
I think they even say at some point that if you want to lose chess, you can do it in like 4 moves or something. That's like the fastest chess game you can physically have.
Yeah.
If you fuck up bad enough.
Yeah, you after your second move, you can immediately just die.
Yeah. Every time Nanjo came to give a medical examination, both of them would make a few moves. Nanjo was hinting that Kinzo would most likely fall into his eternal sleep before this game could be concluded. These were less the words of a physician than they were the words of an old friend. I just realized Knives Out has a bit where the dude is playing Go with his nurse. Hang on a minute. Would I be crazy to assert that Knives Out... I mean, I know that, like, chess as a metaphor for, like, smart old guy is, like, a thing, but that's actually really specific. And also, the thing with chess is that he's a Japanese man playing chess, which is very, like, that... especially at the time, was famously very Western. And they had... Knives Out has, like, an old author dude who plays Go. With his nurse. Who's, like, the only one he trusts. Hold on a sec. Wait a minute. That's just interesting. That just feels like a specific thing to have in common. Anyway. Nanjo was hinting that Kinzo would most likely fall into his eternal sleep before this game could be concluded. These were less the words of a physician than they were the words of an old friend.
Are you a normal patient? I would recommend that you write a will at this point.
Unfortunately, I know you're all fucked up.
Unfortunately, I know that you fucking hate your family.
And what is a will, Nanjo? Handwritten instructions to the vultures on how to devour and scatter my corpse.
No, not at all. As the word suggests, it is a way for you to record your will for later generations. It is far more than just a means to divide up your inheritance.
Huh. And apart from the division of the inheritance, what might I write of?
You might write of your regrets or matters you have left unfinished, things you want to pass down to others, or merely matters you wish to communicate. Anything you want.
Things I want to pass down to others or matters I wish to communicate. Ridiculous. I, Ushiromiya Kinzo, have not one thing I want to tell or leave behind. I was born with nothing. I will die with nothing. There's nothing I wish to leave to my foolish children. Even if the end were to come today, even if it were to come right now, I would accept that fate of death without a trace of fear. I created everything. My fortune, my prestige, everything. Those were built up by me, and they will be lost along with me. There is nothing I wish to leave behind. Nothing. After I'm gone, I care not if it all goes to waste. I desire no tomb, no coffin. Those were the terms of the contract I made with the witch. When I die, everything will be lost. That has been part of the promise since the beginning, and that's why nothing will be left behind. This guy seems normal. These lines are always said by people for whom these statements are true. So true, Grace. There is nothing I can leave behind. After reaching a furious crescendo, Kinzo suddenly slumped over. His expression was limp and feeble, as though an evil spirit had possessed him and then left. However, I do have one regret. I have nothing to leave behind, but there is one thing I cannot leave undone.
You would do well to write it down. Of course, it would be best if you could finish it before your time comes. However, even if the worst happens, those who come after you will carry it to completion. Must leave behind your regrets so that you can be resolved even if you are unable to do so yourself. That is the purpose of the will.
When Nanjo tried to gently pat Kinzo's shoulder, the dying man flew into a sudden rage and batted away Nanjo's
So he
hand.
wasn't raging before when he was saying all that?
I wouldn't... Any rage that happens at this point, I would not describe as being... Well, I guess he did kind of, like, slump over. They said, like he lost a bunch of his energy. You would do well to write it down. Well, I fucking won't, game. You told me don't think. So true. It's useless, useless, useless! It must be done while I still live. At the moment of my death, my soul will be devoured by the demons of the contract and wiped out of existence.
Normal.
For me, there will be no peace or another world after death. That's why everything must be completed before I go. That's why a will has no meaning for me. And even if I had a chance to write such a thing, if I did have such a chance, I want to see it. I want to see it one more time. Yeah, 9, I also noticed the saying, like, it's useless. Yeah, that... Yeah. I want to see Beatrice's smiling... Yeah, yeah. They even, in the stage play, that's even, like, he also does the damida, damida, damida thing. Kinzo does.
They love to say it's useless.
Yeah, they sure do. I want to see Beatrice's smiling face one last time. Oh, Beatrice, why have you resisted me for so long? I'll return everything you have given me. I am prepared to lose everything. So please, show me your smile just one more time. Beatrice, I beg of you. You must be able to hear my plea. That's the kind of woman you are. I beg of you, show yourself to me. You're here, aren't you? You're standing there, invisible, listening to every word I say. And even now you're mocking me from somewhere in this room, aren't you?
Lol.
Please, appear before me once more and smile. Feel free to scold me, even snatch away my life by your own hands if you so desire. I don't want to die alone like this. I cannot let myself die until I've seen your smile just one more time. Ah, Beatrice! 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 I offer up this life of mine. I offer it up to you.
I just love
I'm
that.
begging you. Beatrice!
I'm just loving that Nanjo and Genji are just
Standing there.
standing there. Oh, I forgot.
This fucks hard, by the way. Hey, girl.
Hey, girl.
I love this song so much. Hey, girly pop.
Hey, girly.
Hey, bitch.
Whore.
All my favorite bastards. Hey, girl.
Hey, girl.
God, everyone is so normal in the OP.
I just love the low opacity Kinzo.
It's so good. I love that they made this whole thing with their jank-ass sprites.
It's everything to me.
They just put the sprites in locations and moved the camera around. Hey, girl.
Hey, girl. She's normal.
She has blood on her, don't worry about it. I forgot this shot was in the OP.
Yep.
Welcome to Rokenjima.
Welcome to Rokenjima. Are you guys ready for a normal family vacation?
Yippee! October 4th, 1986.
The first day!
The first day. Oh, fuck. I had a voice I came up with for him earlier. I may have to find it. Whoa. Things sure move with the times. I can't believe we'll be able to make the trip in just 20 minutes. I couldn't help but scratch my head and marvel at how far things have come in recent years. We used to go by boat. Back then, we were all forced to endure nearly half a day of swaying back and forth over the sea before we reached Nijima. Nijima, I think.
Yeah.
Things have gotten so much more convenient these days. Still, I've never been in a plane this small. I've flown in a huge jumbo jet before, but this will be my first experience in such a tiny one. It's gonna shake, isn't it? They say smaller boats shake more than big ones, so I guess the same rule probably applies to planes.
This is
just
true.
spare me. I've been on some small planes. I don't think I've been on a plane as small as this one. I've been on planes... Maybe I have. I've been on prop planes before. It is more turbulent. Oh shit. Should I be him? Do you want to be him? I'm trying to think of how we've...
I'm probably gonna take Jessica.
That's true. Alright, I'll be him then. Don't worry, Battler-kun. It shakes much less than that boat did. Yeah. Is that you, George Aniki? Don't scare me like that. You just shaved 3 years off my life. Anyway, what's shaking got to do with anything? Nobody said shaking. My dastardly key lime pie. I'm gonna... Yeah, that's exactly what... We were debating the color of his suit. It's just key lime pie. That's the answer.
It is.
It's key lime pie color.
Delicious.
His ugly fucking suit. This fucking guy.
As if Battler suit isn't also ugly.
There's something
The
classy.
zipper!
The zippers. Yeah, what the fuck is going on with the zipper?
Why is there a fucking zipper?
Of course his name is George. By the way, these names aren't localized. I want you to know that his name is George. Like, that's not translated. His name is George.
Oh, I thought you meant an osprey as in, like, the bird? The osprey? And I
Yeah.
was like, what
He's
the
been
fuck
on
are
an
you
osprey,
talking
yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. You don't think I'm actually scared of the plane shaking or maybe falling out of the sky or something, right? I would never. That'd be stupid. That's cringe. I'm way cooler than that. Oh, of course not. My mistake. I see you've changed a lot since we last saw you. After all, it's been 6 years since then. You're not a kid anymore.
So you won't be scared at all of that stuff, right?
Yeah, I do think Battler's like, I'm not scared of the plane falling. He's like, oh, you've changed a lot then. You must be really different now. Older, cooler, more adjusted. Sheesh, and here you are, old enough to smoke and drink. I've got no interest in smoking, but I've always wanted to try some booze. Well, if you've got your dad's genes, I'll bet you can hold your own when it comes to drinking, right? Well, I usually drink for business rather than pleasure. It's pretty hard to do business in Japan without it. That's exactly right. That's why I never miss a chance to get in some practice. Battler is so well adjusted, not to worry at all. That's so true, Jacob.
He is very normal. He's probably one of the most normal people in the family, and however... However, that is a low bar to clear. Yeah, it's like the bar is underground.
Yeah.
Honestly.
And he still brought a shovel, he just didn't dig as far.
He got tired.
Yeah. That's no good, Battler-kun. You're still a minor. Don't you know alcohol can stunt the growth of... never mind. I know what it sounds like he was about to say. I don't think that's what they meant. I think he's just realizing that Battler is big as fuck, and so he's not
Battler
worried
is
about
tall.
his... Yeah.
Plus, he's also 18, so...
Yeah, he's not, he probably doesn't have any growing left. Yeah, when they say he's a minor in the context of drinking.
Yeah,
and also he's like
18.
below the age of majority, technically, but he's 18.
He is 18.
Yeah. He's not legally an adult is all, because in Japan that's 20, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But come on, I'm tall enough already. In fact, it'd be easier to find clothes if I shrunk a little. I puffed my chest out proudly. Until I hit my growth spurt, my height was below average in my class. But then I grew, and before I knew it, I'd passed 180 centimeters, 5 foot 11 inches. I love the imperial conversions.
So he is taller than 5 foot 11 inches, but
Yeah.
he doesn't say his actual height. Just that
Yes.
he's taller than this.
Yeah. Which, by the way, is crazy tall, I think, for the 80s. Like, people used to be shorter.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I think that's very tall in Japan specifically as well. But it's tall as fuck most places. I guess I have all that muscle training and those shady mail-order performance-enhancing drugs to thank for that. Least trans-mask visual novel protagonist.
I still love it that within 5 minutes of meeting Battler, he tells you this.
Why did he say this? What? It's just a really funny detail to bring up. Before then, I never dreamed that I'd shoot 10 centimeters above George Aniki, who'd reached his peak height early on. Damn, I'll bet my relatives all say, "Look how big you've grown, Battler-chan," or something. It's also embarrassing. I wish they'd just give me a break. Anyway, my name, Battler. Well, it's pretty damn weird, don't you think? I've gotta wonder what my parents were thinking when they named me that. I've never been anyone who could read it right the first time. I usually get called Sento-kun. Sorry, but that's not even close. My name is written like that. Ushiromiya Batora.
Can you read it?
Can you read it? The first part is my family name, Ushiromiya. That's a fairly plausible Japanese pronunciation so far. The problem is my given name. Batora is made up for the characters for fight and person, and it's pronounced Battler. Any of you chumps speak Japanese? Put it all together, and you've got Ushiromiya Battler. Pretty crazy, right? It's crazy enough that my parents decided to call me that, but it's even more crazy that some government worker let them make it official. Both groups are at the top of my must-kill list. Anyway, this is one of my cousins. His name is Ushiromiya Joji, pronounced Ushiromiya George.
We got the new character info
Yes.
noises.
So if you heard that little jingle, that indicates that we have unlocked a new guy in the system.
Or a guy has been updated.
Yes, or a guy has been updated. So, we have Battler, the son of Rudolph, and his first wife, Asumu. When his father married a second wife shortly after Asumu's death, Battler rebelled and went to live with his grandparents on his mother's side. However, both of these grandparents passed away, and he has now returned to the Yoshinomiya family after 6 years. This family conference is a chance for him to renew his friendship with his cousins after a 6-year gap. Yoshinomiya George, Eva and Hideyoshi's son. An affable young man liked by everyone in the family. He is currently studying as an assistant for his father's company, and it seems he dreams of making it on his own one day. As the oldest of the 4 cousins, he acts as their leader and arbitrator. Glass shatterings.
We stepped on his glasses.
Good. Nerd.
Nerd.
Shoves him in a locker. He's 5 years older than me, so he must be turning 23 this year. Since... Grace, which one are you saying you're gonna regret liking? Do you mean Battler or George? It's... No, I shan't say. Since the Yoshinomiya cousins consist of 2 boys and 2 girls, I ended up playing with George all the time. Battler? Oh yeah. And because I've always thought of him as a big brother, I still call him Aniki today.
You want
I
Ava,
want
correct?
Ava.
So I'll take Hideyoshi and I'll do a bad job.
Thank you.
Ooh, that look good. Look how big you've grown.
You could make him Cockney.
I'm
because of the
going
Kansai.
New Yorker.
I love
He
that.
has a fake Kansai accent, so I'm thinking maybe I give him a really bad Brooklyn accent.
Oh, that's perfect.
You know what they say, leave a boy for 3 days and you'll hardly recognize him.
This is really good. I really like that. That's really good. He sounds like a mobster.
He's the nicest mobster you've ever met. I love Hideyoshi.
I love Hideyoshi with everything that I am. It must be in his blood. Rudolph wasn't that tall either until his high school years. I'm gonna take some time to find Eva's voice. We'll get there.
It happens.
Perhaps people end up taller if their growth spurt comes late. Nah, it's nothing special. A real man needs to be tough on the inside, too.
Exactly! But Lagoon here knows how it works. Real men win or lose based on how what they've got on the inside. Can't ever forget to keep up your training and discipline. You gotta do that, wait very alertly for the perfect moment, and strike!
What the fuck is he talking about?
I have no idea.
I love him so much.
Now, I never even imagined that I'd become the company president I am today, master of my own domain.
This man is saying words.
Yep! To think I've come this far after starting out penniless and ruined.
This stout, plump old guy is George Aniki's dad, Uncle Hideyoshi.
Name.
That's the one.
There he is.
He's the husband of Dad's older sister. In other words, we're not blood related. We can also check out this guy.
This old man.
Ushinomiya Hideyoshi, Ava's husband. He took his wife's name upon their marriage and became a member of the Ushinomiya family. He therefore does not possess the spiteful genes passed down through Ushinomiya family members. And
that tells you a lot of what you need to know.
Yeah. And his bright smile is very refreshing at the family conferences. He started his business from scratch and now works as the president of a medium-sized restaurant chain. I forgot it was a restaurant chain that he runs. Good for him. This chain seems to be growing and performing extremely well. That glass shattering is so funny. He's nice to children, sociable all the time, and even quick to give out some spending money to us kids. Simply put, he's an awesome uncle. I'm Wendy's, from Wendy's. Why did I also think of Wendy's? He speaks in an odd and very noticeable Kansai dialect, but he's actually a natural-born Kanto man. Apparently impressions are everything in the business world, so speaking in a different style than other people is an act that makes him stick out more. However, I hear he gets embarrassed when talking with an earshot of a real Kansai person, so he switches back to standard Japanese. I don't really get it, but he's definitely an interesting person. This is such a funny detail for a character to have.
Yeah! They have a fake Kansai dialect.
That he speaks in around his family, also.
Yep, but not around people who actually speak the dialect.
Correct, because he gets embarrassed, because presumably it's not a good Kansai accent.
Mm-hmm.
If only you weren't so quick to brag about your life story. That's enough for now, I think. I'm sure Battler's getting tired of it. Aren't you? Nope, not at all. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, they always write out laughs with like hee 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 with an eye.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's really good. I like that they... It feels like old school translation in a lot of ways, where they preserved a lot of stuff. There's many different philosophies, none is inherently right or wrong. I like it for this. It works for me. I think it's pretty cool for a man to have some stories he can brag about. I don't have anything like that at all. Oh, really? I'd imagine a man with your looks would leave girls crying left and right. I can't believe you have nothing at all to brag about. What? You're joking, right? Of course nothing weird like that's ever happened to me. Heck, I wish it would.
No bitches.
Come on, you aren't fooling anyone. You must tell your aunt all about it later. After all, nothing of the sort ever happens to George.
My son has no bitches.
My bitchless son. You seem like a handsome young man, unlike my son who gets no pussy. My cringe fail son has no game. I'm so bored. She sucks, but she's so funny for saying that.
Ava sucks so much, but she's also so funny.
Ava sucks in ways that are funny.
Yeah, except when she's not being
except
funny.
when it's not funny. Can you give me grandkids instead? He clearly never will. Oh, that would be a really funny thing for her to say. This is George Honeykey's mother, Aunt Ava. She's my dad's older sister. She and Uncle Hideyoshi are a pair of jokers, and they've always teased me, back as far as I can remember. This sometimes made them a bit hard to get along with when I was small.
I can totally imagine them as being the people who are constantly saying something wrong in front of an overly earnest child. Child's like, no!
Oh, absolutely. They definitely did that to Battler.
Absolutely.
We have one anecdote that would indicate he was very gullible as a child, and so therefore very easy to fuck with.
Yeah.
Because he absolutely would have been the kid who's like, no, that's not true.
They could have fooled Battler into thinking that buffaloes do have wings growing up and they have to cut them off before they get too large. That is a real thing that I heard from someone. This is a little bit of an anecdote, but I remember I read the comments on Twitter posts sometimes, which is a bad idea generally, but sometimes you get really good things. And one was about like lying to kids as they're young, and someone in the comments just tagged a friend. It was like, tell them your story now. And they just came in, no introductions, like, my mom told me that buffaloes had wings when they were young and they had to be cut off before they got too big.
Oh my god.
It's like,
and that's where they get Buffalo Wild Wings?
Yeah, that's how we get buffalo wings.
Oh my god. This sometimes made them get a bit hard to get along with when I was small. Well, I guess the events of the last 30 seconds prove that they can still be hard to get along with. Even so, George Aniki's family is interesting and fun, and they seem to get along just fine. Sheesh, that's pretty much the total opposite of my family. Do you want to be her?
Sure.
I feel like you deserve it. I'll be Rudolph.
Thank you. Pelican. Have you seen Rudolph's son?
Huh? He headed off to the bathroom a while ago. Is he not back yet? Maybe the poor geezer dropped dead. Namu namu namu. Look that up. That's like a prayer you say for the dead, or it's it's a thing. It's not exactly equivalent, but it's like he just said "rip," basically.
He just said "rest in piss."
Yeah. Functionally, that's what he said.
That's no way to talk about your own father. Still, this isn't the first time he's taken so long in the bathroom.
Yeah, the guy's always been that way. Does he really have to take a magazine with him every time he needs to take a dump? And what on earth's he doing in there with those particular magazines?
Oh, you don't need to worry about that at all. Since we've been together, I haven't let him do that on his own.
Why are you telling him this? Oh, I'll have to get the juicy details later.
Because they both want to shit talk his dad for being a womanizer.
That's true. Sounds like Dad's got his balls in an iron grip.
You know exactly what would happen to that man if I didn't keep a tight grip, don't you?
No kidding. You're the only one capable of reining in that old bastard. As a son, I'm more than happy to let you take over.
Yes, leave it all to me.
Oh, Grace, I assure you, this is an ill omen.
This is a family.
Boy, it is. They're extremely normal about balls. Noted. Yes, write that down.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, leave it all to me. After all, that's my specialty.
Getting my Google Doc and just typing a single line that says balls.
Yeah. Normal about balls.
Yeah. That's my specialty, she says.
Her specialty is preventing her husband from fucking other women.
I'll keep quiet. This woman is my father's wife. Her name is Oshinomiya Kirie. As you can probably tell from our conversation, she's not my real mother. She's basically my stepmother. My real mom died 6 years ago, and Kirie-san is the woman Dad married afterwards. It's understandable for someone my age. Also, we can look at Kirie's page. Rudolph's second wife. She had already worked alongside him for some time before the death of his first wife, at which time she openly took the position of his wife.
Interesting phrasing.
Yeah, that's actually... She has served as Rudolph's right hand in several shady pieces of business, guiding them to success. She's quick-thinking and well-trusted by her husband.
I think she's part of the Yakuza. I don't actually know if that's true. I just think that she is. I love her platform boots.
Yeah, honestly, kind of a serve. There's like a few characters I've noticed wear platform boots. We haven't met...
Ava's got him.
Too. We haven't met one of them that I really noticed. God, that glass shattering gets me every time. I just forget to expect it. It's understandable for someone my age.
I can imagine Kyrie being like a 5'1" queen wearing 5-inch platform boots.
She's so 5'1" coded. I can see her being a little bit of a Phi progenitor. Not exactly, but she has some Phi-esque qualities.
Yeah, the hair.
The hair. Yeah, she does look like her a little bit. I could never bring myself to call his new wife Mom. The coat, yeah. Stomping on the balls. You're really in the spirit of this game.
Yeah.
Phi is definitely a Kyrie. And I doubt she feels like using the word son on this massive kid who's no relation to her at all. We aren't little kids. We know there's nothing to be gained by fighting. So, we decided that we wouldn't force ourselves to pretend that we were family. I've decided to act a bit more frank with her, acting as though she's a friendly neighbor instead. Objectively hilarious family dynamic, by the way,
Yeah.
where Battler's dad remarries, and he's like, fuck, you are way cooler than my dad. I hate that guy, and I love my stepmom.
But not like a family. I just love hanging out with her.
Yeah, it's like, you're not my mom, but like, you're chill.
You're cool.
You're
Let's
chill.
hang out.
Yeah.
I hate my dad, though.
I'd get a beer with
my
you.
dad is a piece of shit for marrying you, but like, you're cool.
My stepmother's husband, exactly.
Literally.
My stepmom and my stepmom's husband. She's just a lot cooler. We could shit talk my dad together. Exactly. Just like everything about their dynamic, and I as you continue to learn about their dynamic, it gets funnier that they're so chill.
Yeah.
They truly are just like being adults about it. It is so funny. And yeah, it happened when he was 12, and it and I imagine this for time, but it's way funnier to imagine it instant. I mean, yeah, because like the circumstance is that she entered the family and he immediately fucked off because he was mad at his dad for marrying her.
Yeah, not at her.
Not at her though.
At his dad.
Yeah. Incredible family dynamic. It's much easier if we just keep a little distance instead of forcing ourselves to act all close and making each other uncomfortable. Kirie-san has always been very open about all this, and thanks to that, we've been able to get along pretty well. Then, just when we were bad-mouthing Dad about being in the bathroom, the man himself came back, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. What the fuck does he sound like, even? What the fuck does he sound like, even?
Some guy.
Yeah.
He has a... But think that, like, in the stage play for this, they gave him a pompadour and, like, white Yakuza shoes.
He does have white shoes officially. I've seen his full
good.
body art. Gotta do the Western flair. That's true. That is characterization. I can't do that accent, but maybe it's even better that way. Battler. Hey, what's up, Dad? Ow, 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 ow! Don't pinch my ear! Yeah. So, you've been... I can't do a southern accent. I don't even know how to try. Yeah, the slapstick noises are great. Little boing, the animation, budget. This is a high production visual novel. So, you've been... I keep sounding Brooklyn. I can hear it coming from me. It's the fact that he looks like a fucking mobster. I think it's hard not to. So, you've been talking trash about me with Mom again, haven't you? What makes it so hard to show a little respect for your father, hmm? Ow, 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 ow!
Oh, owie!
Ow, owie! Ow! Damn it, that hurts! You can stretch my ear all you want, but I'm not gonna be able to fly. That hurts! Come on now. Up, up, down, down, left, right,
Konami code!
Now say, Father, please forgive me for being so rude. Like hell I will. Go find yourself some members-only store if you want it that much. Yeah, let go! This old bastard is my dad. Grace, I'm glad that you're also... This is considered, like, the slow part of the game, but it is so fun, in my opinion.
I love getting to meet everyone and how annoying they are.
They all suck so much, and it is immediately obvious. Mm-hmm. They do a brilliant job setting up the dynamics. I think I'm pretty tall myself, but Dad's just about as tall as I am. It's no surprise Aunt Eva started talking about Dad's blood when she saw my height. By the way, my height isn't the only thing I got from him. It seems having weird names runs in the family. Dad's full name is written like that. You can't read it, can you? Come on, it's just that. Any of you chumps speak Japanese? Anyway, this guy's name is pronounced Rudolph. He must hate grandfather for giving him that name. Oh yeah, Grace, there's a lot of, like, family dynamics that I think are written with astonishing lifelikeness. Mm-hmm. Honestly, like, genuinely. Aside from some stuff, I think that the dynamic between, like, cousins who see each other once a year at the family gathering is insanely realistic. Still, that's no reason to pass that weird naming tradition on to me. As the old bastard twisted my ear all over the place, Aunt Eva snuck up behind him and grabbed his ear. Hey, Rudolph. You should know better than to physically abuse your son. That hurts, Aneki. Aneki, yeah. This scene perfectly illustrated the relationship between the prankster younger brother and the older sister who could deal out punishment to him despite his size.
I think that's good enough for now, Eva-ne-san. I'll make sure to stretch out his other ear later on.
Oh, my apologies. What the fuck does... I know what they mean, but what do you mean? I know what you mean, but what do you mean?
She's going to kill him.
Good. I must leave some pulling for you to do, Kirie-san. Rudolph. Make sure Kirie-san gives you lots and lots of punishment later on, okay? You're one to talk, Aneki. Abusing your little brother like that. Hideyoshi-ni-san, I'd like to thank you very much for picking her up. If you hadn't been so generous, she'd still be unsold in the store. So fucking mean. You have my gratitude. Each other
so much. It's so funny.
You have my gratitude and apologies. What? Who are you calling unsold? After taking 3 steps back, Aunt Eva unleashed one of her beautiful high reverse roundhouse kicks, which stopped just a centimeter away from the tip of Dad's nose. After starting out with Tai Chi Chuan for her figure, Aunt Eva then developed an interest in the Chinese martial arts. After that, she went through karate, taekwondo, capoeira, and what is it she's learning now again? Well, anyway, they say a woman's weapons are in her lower body, and that's literally true for Eva. By the way, they're in, like, an airport right now.
Yeah, they're in a public airport.
Rudolph, did you know that a single direct blow to the side of the head like that would knock you unconscious? Not so long ago, I accidentally connected in a practice match, and my opponent was out cold. Sheesh, what a pain. I'm so sorry she can't help walking like a freak. Dad, completely unfazed, shrugged and smiled ironically at Uncle Hideyoshi. I think she's still, like, hovering her leg in front of his face at this point. That's always how I imagined
that. Never had a brother or sister myself. So when I see you two bickering with each other, it makes me feel a woman fuzzy inside.
Physically attacking each other, by the way.
Sure is nice to have a big family. We'll never we'll never say no about this phrase, and we will always feel good about having this big, nice family.
He's so optimistic.
He's so optimistic. He doesn't know.
He does. I think he does know.
Well, but he doesn't know what kind of game he's in.
That's fair.
Oh, then why not consider making a little brother for George, Ken? He's already a fine adult who's about to go off on his own. It might be a good time to have another child.
Hey, have a little sympathy for the new kid and all the pain and suffering you'd have to live through. I'm surprised even George couldn't turn out as well as he did after being born from this sinister sister of mine. And what an awesome kid he is. Please, share some of that with our blockhead of a son someday, will you?
Blockhead.
Blockhead is such a funny thing to say.
I took Latin in high school, and while I don't remember much of it, I do remember how to call someone a blockhead in Latin.
How?
Caudex.
Oh, Caudex, yeah. Kyrie?
Yeah. That's not all about how it happened. That's not at all how it happened. It's thanks to Ava Nason's proper rearing that George Kun became the kind, gentle kid he is now. Isn't that right, Nason?
Oh, come now. You think so? Our George still has a long way to go. Ah, by the way, how's your little Angie-chan? Angie? Angie?
Angie.
Angie.
It's
I've been
supposed to be
saying Angie, I don't know if that's right.
I think it's like, well, it's supposed to be like an English name,
yeah.
So Angie, with a violently English pronunciations, is probably correct.
Possibly.
Even though that's probably not how they want to say it.
Yeah.
Or that's probably how they want to say it, but they don't.
Angie? Okay. By the way, how's your little Angie-chan doing? I heard she was vomiting.
Oh, that's right! And I was hoping to finally see her face after such a long time. Is she okay? She often catches a cold when the seasons change. She's very frail. I did want to bring her along, but we decided to have my family look after her this time.
Oh, that's Ava, I think, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's hard to tell who's talking.
Her head shifted slightly.
Yeah, she moved. I think that's a wise move. She'll heal a lot better if she stays away from that venomous head family household. A child's health is always more important than an adult's convenience, don't you think?
She's not wrong. About she'll heal a lot better if she stays away from the family head household.
Yeah.
I know of some great medicine for vomiting colds like that.
Luckiest person in this family. This statement will probably be really funny later. I will neither confirm nor deny how funny that statement will be later.
When we get back home, I'll send you some right away, so please let her try some. Thank you very much, Hideyoshi Nissan. I'm always in your debt.
And once the conversation suddenly veered off in that direction, we kids didn't have any chance of butting in. For now, I'm just happy Aunt Ava gave Dad his just desserts for tugging on my ear. Are we still waiting for the weather report? George Aniki pointed at the counter. The checking weather sign was still stuck next to the departure times for the flight we were scheduled aboard. According to Aniki, smaller planes are more subject to winds and other effects of the weather, and it's not at all uncommon for flights to be delayed because of that. Wait a sec, we are totally sure it's not gonna shake, right? From down here on the ground, it just looks cloudy, not windy. Well, I guess it's different up where the planes fly. The weather's a bit uncertain today. Aunt Ava looked at a TV in the lounge. The weather forecast was being broadcasted, informing us that a typhoon was approaching the Kanto region. A typhoon again? Guess there's no helping it from the annual family conference being held in October.
It's gotta be a goddamn typhoon.
Always on those damn typhoons. Couldn't he have chosen a better season? I agree. I've always hoped we could have it sometime around the Obon Festival in mid-August. In that case, why don't you suggest that to Father and Nissan during the conference? Very funny. Why don't you do it yourself? My brother would never listen to anything I suggested. No way. It doesn't really bother me that much to have it in October. I was just saying you might want to propose it, since you said you hate typhoons so much. I only said that typhoons always come around this time of year. You're the one who said you wanted to move it to the Obon Festival, right? Well, you said it too last year. Didn't you say that it would be easier to fit it into your schedule if we had it during the Obon Festival?
Just love the passive aggressiveness.
This specific conversation was actually like the moment I knew I was really gonna love this game, because I was like, this perfectly captures family bitchiness.
Mm-hmm.
This is exactly what it's like to have family drama. This is how they talk to each other. I never said anything like that. Oh, yes, you did. I certainly wouldn't forget something like that. No, I didn't. You're the one saying it all the time. Didn't you know? Stopping a kick just a hair's breadth away from impact is a very high-level technique. Sheesh, women your age shouldn't spread their legs like that. Dad and Aunt Ava's argument looked no different from a couple of brats quarreling. Did we get a profile for Ava yet?
Yeah.
Okay, we did, yeah. We didn't read it yet.
I don't think we read it yet, yeah.
Kinzo's second child. She is hostile towards her brother Kraus and opposes him whenever she can, from issues dealing with the family fortune to the question of who will succeed the family headship. Normally she would have lost her place in the Yoshinomiya family register upon her marriage, but she managed to forcibly overcome this by having her husband take her family name. I do like the detail that they made sure she is wearing pants.
Yep.
When she's doing all her high kicks. And she has a dress that you can do a high kick in.
Yeah, she's
It's a nice
very...
detail.
They also do look more like pants that you would do, like, a type of martial arts in.
Yeah, they look comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Also, I just love how everyone has, like, a little, like, one-winged eagle. She's fucking decked out in one-winged eagles.
Yeah, you may notice everybody has well, most characters have a funny crest. I forgot Rudolph had two.
Mm-hmm.
It's a surprise tool that'll help us later.
She has...
But she has a shit ton and also a tattoo.
Yep. The blood ones. Yeah.
Yeah. Dad and Aunt Ava's argument looked no different from a couple of brats quarreling. Even though they usually behave like normal parents, they turn right back into kids again when they meet their siblings at these family conferences. You're the one who looks like a real... I'm sorry, you're the one who looks like an real adult analyzing it all calmly. Literally unplayable, by the way.
Literally unplayable. I hope some was cooked and eaten.
No, that's mean. I hope I never turn out like that old bastard. I'd much rather end up as an intellectual adult like you, Aniki. Like me? Oh, I still have a long way to go. I still have very little experience out there in the real world, and I need to work on becoming more confident and sociable. I think you've far surpassed me on all of those counts, Battler-kun. Oops. I'm sure you'll outstrip me fast enough when you become an adult. George Aniki scratched his head and laughed, as though trying to hide his embarrassment. Of course, he was just being humble. Aniki entered a university and became an apprentice at Uncle Hideyoshi's company at the same time, studying both academics and how to become a business emperor in parallel. Then, right after graduating, he got into Uncle Hideyoshi's company as his father's aide, piling up a lot of real-life experience as he devoted himself zealously to his work. His great dream is to one day stand on his own and build up his own kingdom. Aniki is a real paragon of a man, sparing no effort as he strives toward his goal. It's no exaggeration to say that I really respect him. And then there's me. I'm nothing at all like Aniki. I'm living my happy-go-lucky, idle high school life to the max. I've got no dreams for the future. I'd like to just sit back, stay cool, and let the money flow in, but of course that could never happen. When Aniki was my age, he had already formed an impressive objective and had started devoting himself towards studying for that goal. So I guess I can't compare at all. My dad just says, sure, you can study at my company if you like cleaning toilets. Damn it, I'm not gonna be in debt of that. I'm not gonna be in the debt of that old bastard. I'll find my way myself. If only willpower was all it took to become an adult. Should I go on one of those self-searching journeys that are all the rage these days? Oh, it's not like I can mooch off my parents for that kind of money. Right then, Uncle Hideyoshi shouted out loudly. He's a really nice person on the whole, but he does have a problem controlling the volume of his voice. When I looked over, I saw that he was greeting Aunt Rosa, who had come late.
Ooh! Oh, that's... Oh! Oh!
Oh, Rosa!
Rosa! If it isn't Rosa-san! Maria-chan, long time no see!
She did that.
I inhaled, and I started choking.
Oh no. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just choking on my own spit.
Long time no see.
Open mouth coughs on you instantly. This sounds mean to Maria, but that honestly wouldn't be that out of character. She is like
Little
9.
kids like that are always open
Yeah.
open mouth coughing
Yeah.
at people.
Ooh.
Maria, shouldn't that be "it's good to see you again"?
The characters.
What?
The characters. I was going to say my favorite characters, and then I was like, should I be saying that?
I'll say it. She's in my top 5.
They are both in my top 5.
Yeah.
Rosa.
Maria, stop open mouth coughing on her. Greet your uncle properly.
And don't cough on him.
Ooh. It's good to see you again.
There you go. Well said. How about some candy as a reward? Oh, huh? Where'd I put it?
Rosa-san, it's good to see you again. It's good to see you too, Maria-chan.
It's been too long, Kirie-ni-san. Kirie-ne-san. Hideyoshi-ni-san. And, oh my, Battler-kun. Look how big you've gotten. Come on.
Exactly what he was. Exactly, he was like, please don't let this happen.
Specifically, Rosa's tiny. I get the impression.
Yeah, Rosa, I think is a. I think she's probably like slightly taller than average, and like in a way that makes her feel awkward.
Yeah, I can see her being
But
like.
she's not tall.
Yeah.
She's like 5'5",
5'5",
5'6".
5'6", yeah. It's embarrassing hearing that from every person I meet. Hey, Rosa. You're late. If the plane was on time, you'd barely have made it. I'm sorry. We had some trouble making our train connection. So, are we waiting on the weather again? Oh, don't complain. I much prefer the 30-minute plane trip to spending 6 hours bouncing about on a boat. Even if we're kept waiting here for an hour, it's still much faster overall.
Maria-chan's gone huge too. So how tall are you now?
It's impossible not to be late when you have an elementary-age child. Yeah, very true.
Yeah.
Ooh. So how tall am I now?
Maria-chan parroted Uncle Hideyoshi's question, looking up at her mother. I guess she doesn't remember her own height. She's probably right in the middle of a growth spurt, so her height must change every month. Give it a few more years and she'll stop talking. Just how tall were you the last time you got measured? You keep getting bigger and bigger, don't you? Right?
Ooh.
I think she's grown a lot since last year. Let's see. She turned 9 years old this year, didn't she?
9 years old. Ooh.
That's right, you're 9 years old now. Glad to see you're doing well too, Maria-chan. Up you go. I guess you've gotten a bit too heavy to play airplane with. George Aniki, what a rude thing to say to a lady. Here, I'll do it. Up you go.
Ooh.
When I went to lift her up in Aniki's place, Maria stiffened defensively, staring suspiciously at my face. Ah, that's right. The last time I met Maria it was 6 years ago, and she was only 3 years old. Of course she doesn't remember my face.
Maria-chan, don't you remember? It's Battler-kun. You used to play together, remember?
Ooh.
No surprise, I guess. Last time she met Battler, she was only 3. You don't keep memories at that age. She must know everyone's face apart from mine because she meets them every year, but I haven't had contact with the Yoshinomiya family for about 6 years now. So it's no surprise that this 9-year-old girl doesn't have any memories of me. Even I can only just barely remember her being a 3-year-old crybaby. Maria, this is Battler Oni-chan. Rudolph Nisan's son. Understand?
The brother's son is... The brother is the son... Oh? Ooh!
That ooh sound was probably her brain going into overload at that complicated explanation. Yeah, Rosa, you could have maybe said that different. I guess the phrasing of that was a bit confusing. Ni or Oni, the title you'd use to refer to an actual older brother, can also be a friendly honorific for a boy who's only a bit older than you. It's just like Ne or One, the word for big sister. Maria-chan, this is Battler-kun. He's your cousin, like me.
Like George Oni-chan? Battler? Cousin? Ugh.
That's right. You got it. This part of Aniki is what makes me really look up to him. For someone who isn't married, he's just great at dealing with kids. I'm sure he'll be an indulgent father in the future.
Battler Oni-chan?
Maria looked straight at me with a questioning expression, as though asking whether it was okay to call me that. Yep, that's me, Battler. Nice to meet you, Maria.
Ugh! Battler!
Maria, you mustn't talk to him like that. Call him Battler Oni-chan. That's alright, Aunt Rosa. I don't sweat the small stuff. Hey,
Ooh
Maria.
is absolutely a vocal stim. Like, that's...
It is something that is... The thing about Maria, they don't say she's autistic, but I think that that's only because none of these characters would say the word autistic.
Yeah, she's like... She is so autistic coded to the point where it doesn't feel like coding. It's just that she's autistic and no one here would ever get it's the 80s and you're not a young girl is not going to get an autism diagnosis.
And not in this fucking family.
And not in this fucking family.
It is, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, it is extremely intentional also. It is, much of the writing makes it very clear that she is written to be autistic on purpose. So, like, yeah, it is very much a vocal stem. Hey Maria, we're close enough that we don't need honorifics, right?
Battler! 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 Woo! Woo!
That's right, Maria, Maria, Maria! Ooh. They're so cute.
They're just running around the
Yeah,
airport.
the airport. We horsed around for a while to make up for the 6-year gap in our friendship. She probably still thinks of me as nothing more than a big new friend, but things will probably work out as we get to know each other again. But I'm surprised. She's just the way I remembered her being 6 years ago. Seems that people just don't change that much after all. I'm a bit happy that she's still the pure, innocent girl I remember. Her name is written...
There is a cross in her name.
Yeah.
I love there's
Maria.
a cross, like, I almost said emoji instead of kanji. But there's a cross kanji.
Yeah. Of course, Maria is pronounced Maria. The third character looks like
Oh.
a cross, which is pretty cool.
I forgot that he just straight up says that.
Yeah. Her feelings don't usually show up on her face, but it can be difficult to know just what she's thinking. But that's just how she looks on the outside. On the inside, she's just a sweet, normal girl.
I feel like the text was a little bit slower when it was just scrolling past sweet, normal girl.
It does seem to be, like, hiccuping sometimes. I can't tell if that's, like... this is not a graphically intensive enough game that I think it would be... I don't know if it's intentional.
I know in Higurashi there are points where parts of the words would go by very slowly for emphasis, so that is absolutely something that happens at times.
Yeah,
I
I'd be
believe.
prepared to believe that. A sweet, normal girl. Then there's Maria's brother. Mother, Aunt
Mother.
Rosa. We got little jingles. Oh, okay. I was trying to find Maria, because I know she got
Maria!
Rosa's daughter. Her father's identity is unknown. She can't shake off the habit of speaking like a young child, which often earns her a scolding. I believe in Japanese she also had the habit of referring to herself in third person.
I believe
like
so.
she instead of
That-
using a first person pronoun, she says Maria.
Yep. I from what I remember watching the anime, she does refer to herself in third person often.
And there's Maria's oh brother, Mother Rosa. Apt. She has no interest in studying or making friends, but is very interested in things concerning the occult and black magic. Extremely accurate writing for a 9-year-old girl, and
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. Thanks to her excellent powers of memorization, she knows all kinds of obscure trivia.
The most autistic girl to ever do it.
Ushiramiya Rosa. She's also wearing platforms. Maria is too, but that just checks out.
Yeah.
She is by far the youngest of the 4 siblings. It seems that this gives her a weaker position at the family conference. She manages a design company, but she has yet to start taking it seriously, and its financial situation is far from favorable.
Specifically, it's a fashion design company.
Yes. I believe she designed her own outfit.
I do believe so. She designs her own clothes.
Yeah. Which, like, cool.
She does have, like, one of the more tasteful outfits of this game, I do think.
Yeah.
In terms of just, like, looking good.
Yeah. It is, yeah. It's a nice outfit.
And Maria's feels just so catered towards Maria.
Yeah, it
Or
has
I
that,
do
like-
feel like she probably custom made that for Maria.
What I love about it is that it has that very childlike feeling of mismatch. Like, she's wearing 2 different shades of black.
Yeah.
Which I really love. Like, it's like, it works, but it also doesn't. It's so, like, kid fashion.
I love her funny little crown.
Yeah, yeah. She has, like, a little... I keep
Ties
revisiting
underneath
this.
her neck.
It ties underneath her neck. It's very cute. The giant pink handbag.
With the big ass
Huge
red
bow.
bow.
Yeah, that's definitely something Rosa made. Like, I would be... It would be hard for me to believe that she didn't make that. That just seems... I don't know, that seems custom. Then there's Maria's mother, Aunt Rosa. She's my dad's younger sister. Rosa is written Rosa.
Like that.
Here's a name that's totally not Japanese. Sorry to say it, but her name's almost as ridiculous as Dad's. I've gotta respect her for not ending up as screwed up as he is. When I think about it, all the names in my family sound foreign. Just why is grandfather so obsessed with that? Because of him, even we grandchildren have to put up with this weird naming sense. It's even more annoying since grandfather's own name is perfectly normal. Anyway, there's one thing about Aunt Rosa that's a relief compared to the other family members. That old bastard and Aunt Ava have this annoying urge to tease and mock people all the time. But even though she shares their blood, Aunt Rosa isn't like that at all. Oh yeah, it does look like it has a little baby bird.
That's so cute! It's a little baby one.
Because it looks like the tail being cut off, but it does also look like a little baby bird. Fuck.
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 No!
Rosa.
Don't do this to me.
Most normal Ushinomiya. Absolutely.
I thought that you just sent a message with nothing, and I was
It did
like,
take
yeah.
a second for it to load. And I was like,
just
true.
like, yeah.
She has the most common sense among all the siblings. Oh, sorry, wait, no. But even though she shares their blood, Aunt Rosa isn't like that at all. She has the most common sense among all the siblings. It's the pregnant pause, exactly. She seems very long for this world. Everyone start counting death flags. Start placing your bets.
Yeah, start placing your bets on who's going to die.
Yeah. Like Uncle Hideyoshi, she's a kind aunt who'll always be on the kid's side. However, possibly because she's more strict as a parent, she's not liberal with handing out spending money like Uncle Hideyoshi.
Also, she's a single mother, and she has a fashion design company.
Yeah, that's
That's
not
a
doing
lu-
well.
She's not. She's a single mother who's working at a non-lucrative business.
I really like this screener. Okay.
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 You went okay.
You went okay. Now we have the entire group of family members who are going to board the plane. At that moment, as though it had waited for us all to arrive, an announcement rang out through the lobby.
Our apologies for the delay. Boarding will now commence for Flight 201 to Nijima.
I can't wait to find out that that number means something.
We ask that the passengers please form 2 lines in front of the counter behind the white line.
Rosa, you still haven't gone through boarding procedures, right? Hurry up. Oh no! Maria, come on!
Ooh!
We had to go through a metal detector before going out on the runway. They're at the gate. They just have to go through a metal detector before going on the runway. 1986,
1986
baby!
security measures.
You could just show up late at the airport and still get on your plane.
You could go past security before going through security.
Yeah. I saw the most anime dead mom design just a few days ago. You'll never guess what happened to this character. Our small plane wasn't as massive as an international flight, but it was still a plane. A staff member holding a metal detector checked us all.
Just a guy with a metal detector being like,
Yeah, I assume
you're
it's one of
fine."
those, like, wand ones. Yeah. Once all of us cleared the check, we followed the staff member out onto the runway. Come to think of it, everyone here is in the Yoshinomiya family. It's like this is a reserved charter flight or something. Our group stopped in front of the entrance to the airplane. Then our guide turned around and spoke. I love this airplane noise sound effect that is like 8 seconds long and
Yeah.
has an audible loop.
Yep.
Then our guide turned around and spoke, looking down at the passenger list as he did. Boarding will now commence. As I call out the names on the passenger list, please take your seats in order, starting from the front row on the right side and going right to left, then on to the next row. I should have made a map of who sits where on the plane.
Yeah, that's gonna be one of the
When
most
that comes
important
into play
things.
in
That
episode
is that
6...
that is going to become a major crux of the plot. Actually, I'm sorry, I just spoiled that for you.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Almost like the Yoshinomiya family has enough money to have a private plane. He says that like it's crazy. Now we begin reading the passenger list. Yoshinomiya Hideyoshi-sama.
Okay, I'm first. Right here. By the way, do you have some candy, Ava? I've been looking all over for some, but I can't find it.
Yoshinomiya Eva-sama. They're in my handbag. I'll get one once we're inside the plane. I've heard that candies are a good way to protect your ears from hurting because of variations in atmospheric pressure when landing or taking off.
This is true.
It is true. Chewing gum is commonly recommended as well because it moves, you get your jaw working. And it doesn't help me very much, but I'm sure that for people with, like...
Good ears.
Yeah, I just have, like, whatever the fuck is going on with my ear tubes, they don't like planes. It's gotten better, but, like, it used to be, if I went on a plane, it would sometimes take over a day for my ears to pop.
Good God.
And it would be, at times, fucking excruciating. But it's not really that bad anymore. My ears still don't really, like, pop like they're supposed to. They just hurt for a while, and then eventually they don't hurt. But it's at least not as bad as it used to be. I got a shit ton of ear infections as a child. Those things are probably related. My eardrums have ruptured twice. Both times because my parents took me on an airplane with an ear infection as a baby. I don't remember it. Don't go on an airplane with an ear infection. Or do, I guess, because once your eardrums rupture, it hurts less. But probably you have to do something about that. I've heard that candies are... Okay, that's probably what they're talking about. Hope I get a window seat. Don't worry, there aren't any other kinds of seats. As George Aniki said, there were apparently only 2 lines of seats. So this is what a small plane is like. We are totally sure it's not gonna shake, right? Yoshinomiya George-sama. Right here. Don't worry, Battler-kun. It won't shake too much. Yoshinomiya Battler-sama. Aniki, what do you mean, not too much? You can just swim if you fall off from a boat, but if a plane crashes, you're screwed, right? We all get our own parachutes in our seats, don't we? Wait, we don't? Yoshinomiya Rudolph-sama.
I love you doing little thumbs up.
Yeah, it just feels right. Come on, Battler, stop standing there slack-jawed and get in. Ow, Dad! Don't push me! We don't get parachutes! Yoshinomiya Kirie-sama.
Okay, you two, stop fooling around. Let's move on in.
Ow, Kirie! Don't push me! This blockhead isn't moving. I love that they can't stand each other and they are also exactly the same.
Yup.
It's so real.
It really is so real. There are so many times where I do something that's just like my mom or my dad, and I'm like, I fucking hate them, but I am just like that.
Yeah, it's the curse. Yoshinomiya Maria-sama.
Ah, let's move on in.
Yoshinomiya Rosa-sama. Maria, be quiet. This is your pilot, Kawabata. We'd like to thank you for taking New Tokyo Aviation's Flight 201 today. We estimate that the flight to Nijima Airport will take about 20 minutes. We are receiving reports of atmospheric turbulence. 20 minutes? Are you even getting high enough for that?
I know.
I guess, well, maybe it being lower down is worse. I actually think that's the reason why smaller planes shake more, because
Yep.
they're closer to the ground, now that I think about it. So I'm wrong. There may be some shaking of the aircraft, so we ask that you do not unfasten your seatbelts after takeoff. Aniki, did that guy just say we need to wear seatbelts? In a jumbo jet, they let you undo them after takeoff, right? So it's gonna shake so much we can't take them off? Damn it, you tricked me! It is gonna shake off after all! It is gonna shake after all! Where are the parachutes? I knew I should have taken the boat!
Taylor Swift private jet flights!
I forgot about this opening credits crawl that they do.
Legend of
Legend
the
of the Golden
Golden
Witch.
Witch.
I also believe the real reason you have to keep your seatbelt on the whole time for a 20-minute flight is because the entire flight is both, it is ascent and descent, which is when you have to have your seatbelt on because that's the most dangerous part of the flight. I think it's so fucking short they never go into autopilot is the thing.
Yep.
Oh, a couple names we haven't seen before. Jessica.
Kraus,
Pinto,
Natsuki.
Kraus, Eva, Natsuki, Hideyoshi. I love that this is like their actors.
Yeah.
Rudolph,
What
Kide,
is what is this image? Oh,
Uh,
that's the island probably in the
yeah, it's like
background.
the island and then the turbine is...
Ronoe, Genji, Shannon,
Ronoe
Ken,
Genji!
Goda!
Goda! Kumasawa!
Goda sweep!
Can't wait to get to the island and every single character introduction. I'm gonna be like, this is the best character. This is the one. This is my favorite. They're all good.
I think there should be an audience cheer and laugh track when Kumasawa comes on stage. There should also be one for Goda, and it
We
lasts
know they
like
have that
30
effect.
seconds long.
They just loop it.
Yeah.
We know you have that audio file, Rikishi. Do it, you fucking coward. Should have taken the boat. The boat.
Fall! Fall! Ooh!
Maria, that's enough. But what a surprise. I thought there was nothing that could scare Battler-kun. This guy can't handle vehicles for some reason. That's such a funny thing to say. I know what he means, but like, man, this guy hates vehicles. Can't handle transportation.
He hates transportation.
You can't get this guy from point A to point B. He won't
Not
do
without
it.
walking.
Always yells about falling and sinking and stuff. You're a disgrace of a man, you are. Ah, shut up. That thing was seriously shaking way too much. I just got a little stressed since it was my first time on a small plane like that. You call that a little stressed? Sounds like it'd be fun to take an overseas vacation with you, Battler-kun. I don't know if the playthrough said it already, but because she does mention sometimes that he considers the way his character looks is because they're actors more than their own people, if that makes sense. Oh, interesting. That is neat. Would you like to go to Egypt with your aunt?
That would make sense with Higurashi. After every arc, you unlock a little cafe scene where all of the
Oh,
characters do get together to talk about the episode, the arc.
Yeah.
Like they're actors, and like they'll call up Keiichi, who is like the main character, the point of view character. And they're like, hey Keiichi, do you want to hang out? And he's like, I don't have a fucking portrait. I can't come. And I have to memorize all these fucking lines for the next one. Stop calling me. You make me feel, I'm sad. I can't come.
I love that he's not invited. Well, I guess he's
He is
invited.
invited, but he
He
can't
come
show
because he
up.
doesn't have character art.
He doesn't have character
Right.
art until arc 5.
Wait, he gets character art, but he doesn't start with it? That's crazy.
Nope. Because arc 5 is not in Keiichi's perspective. This is the reason why.
Ah, interesting. You'd get to ride a plane for a full 14 hours.
That's a good plan. Battler-kun, you should let Ehune-san toughen you up some. Still, it's so hilarious.
No respect.
I am so ready to do all of so many laughs.
Yeah, there's a lot of laughs.
now.
That's a good Hideyoshi.
Everyone's got their own strong and weak points. It's bad to laugh at them.
He says, laughing. Dad, you're laughing too.
When I'm doing Hideyoshi's voice, I'm gesturing as well.
Yeah, it's important. It's method.
Yeah.
Hey, Maria-chan, you shouldn't laugh anymore.
George is like, I found it funny. However, you guys are all going too far.
Yeah.
Shouldn't laugh anymore?
God damn it. Is being scared of planes really such a big deal?
With this rich-ass family, yeah?
Everyone obviously thinks I'm a big oaf now. Tch.
Car.
We split up and took separate taxis from the airport to the harbor. From there on, we would be taking a boat to the island. The islands are right next to each other, so the distance of the trip wasn't that great. By boat, it was a leisurely 30 minutes to the island. When we reached the pier where the boat to the island was anchored, we saw a figure waving at us.
Georgie-san! It's been so freaking long!
Ah, Jessica-chan, it's been a year since I saw you.
I should let Jessica swear.
They should let Jessica say fuck.
Yeah.
She might.
I would believe her.
I actually think
she
she says fuck at least once, now that I think about it. I don't remember.
Oh yeah, I do.
when.
I forgot that they do say fuck in this.
They say fuck in this game.
They do say fuck in this game.
Yeah. You've gotten taller again, haven't you? Hi, Jamie.
Not Jamie.
It's close.
Don't give me that. It's embarrassing when you say it every year.
Hey, Aniki, you've got to be kidding me.
Uh-oh.
We're killing Battler, by the way. We're taking him out back.
We're shaking out back and we're gonna cook and eat him.
Yeah. Is that really Jessica?
Wait a sec, George. Is this big guy Battler?
We both stared at each other. She definitely didn't look like that in my memories, but I do remember her crazy way of talking. She, I believe, uses a lot of, like, masculine speech patterns, is the thing about her. She sounds very crass when she speaks. Something like that. Yo, Jessica! What's this now? You're kidding me, you look like a woman now. And nope. Stop this. I do think this is a funny line.
Don't screw around with you, a blushing flower of 18.
I'm a delicate little maiden.
She beats people to death. Not like actually, but like, she does have brass knuckles in her pocket.
Yeah.
Of course my hair grew longer.
Oh, she did say, you got big as fuck, but did you get stronger too?
She's going to kill him.
Don't screw with me, I'll show you how much training I've done since back then.
You're pissing me off. I'll beat you at your own game.
I'll kill you.
I'll fucking kill you, man.
This headstrong girl's name is Jessica. She was born under the same unlucky star as me, sharing the same kind of weird name. Anyway, Jessica is pronounced Jessica. She's Dad's older brother's daughter. That older brother happened to be the oldest son of the Yoshinomiya family, so for now, it means Jessica is the direct family heir. Since Jessica and I are the same age and sometimes had little boy-girl squabbles with each other, we've always been used to fighting and joking around together whenever the relatives gather. Jessica grew more quickly, so she always had me beat in terms of size and physical strength. When we scuffled in a contest of strength, it usually went Jessica's
I do
way.
love it how it was like, oh yeah, we used to beat the shit out of each other all the time.
Again,
She
extremely
would always
real.
win.
Extremely real. Cousins the same age? Absolutely. So even though I realized I'd grown bigger, part of my mind was still convinced that I couldn't beat Jessica.
And this is true.
Yeah, she'll kill you.
Well, what are you getting all serious for?
Hey, this is
Ow!
nothing.
Oh, they're beating the shit out
Yeah,
of
they're
each other.
fighting. They're fighting.
Ow!
Hey, this is nothing. Jessica, you've gotten weak. I assume that, like, I don't know, he went for, like, some sort of grappling
Yeah,
grab.
I mean, they got her in a headlock and just
Something
like giving
like
her a
that.
noogie or something.
Yeah. Jessica, you've gotten weak.
Shut up! I'm a girl. Of course I couldn't beat a guy with just physical strength forever, right?
Well, you've got a point there. The meat I put on my arm fell into your chest. That's nothing.
That is funny.
Killing
No.
him.
Killing him.
Killing her a little bit, also. I Do you think it's like, I'll be ruined for marriage? Don't say so, people are gonna miss...
Joke around like an idiot.
Well, considering what a bossy brat she was 6 years ago, anyone would be surprised. And I guess she's just as surprised. She probably wasn't expecting to lose to me in a test of strength. After losing that easily, she must be shocked at how much I've grown in the past 6 years.
You didn't let her get out her brass knuckles.
Yeah, 6 years. Once again, I'm being shown just what a huge gap of time that was. Yeah, I agree, Grace.
Crap. Total defeat.
It's like I'm no match for you anymore.
That's not true. Even Battler-kun must have his weaknesses. Right, Maria-chan?
Ooh! Fall! Fall!
Cut it out, Maria. Let's keep that a secret, okay?
Fall? The hell are you talking about?
Sorry, but there's no chance you'll see that weakness of mine now. After all, the nightmare plane trip is already over and done with. Only thing left is the nice, quiet splashing of the boat ride. I never thought I'd start loving that piece of junk boat this much.
George Nissan, is there something wrong with his head?
Yes. You'll understand soon. Very soon. I like when his glasses glaze over. He has such a sinister look about him.
But he still has like he still looks like a marshmallow.
Yeah. At the time, I didn't get what Aniki meant by that big smile.
Woo!
Kumasawa-san!
What have we have here? Ooh!
Oh, did we get a thing for Jessica?
Yeah.
I'm so bad at listening for the thing.
Jessica!
Kraus and Natsuhi's daughter. In the absence of any irregularities, it is thought that she will eventually inherit the headship of the Ushinomiya family, or technically her husband will. However, she seems to have no interest in all of this. She was born with weak bronchi and is sometimes assailed by sudden asthma attacks. Nine, I love that you've also started to say this about every character. So fucking true.
Butler-san, how big you've grown!
Who's it this time? It's an old lady with an apron. Oh yeah, that takes me back. I remember now. You remember her, right? It's Kumasawa-san, the servant. I could never forget you, Kumasawa-bachan. After all, you haven't aged a bit in these past 6 years. If anything, I'd say you're looking younger than ever.
Lately, my skin's been getting quite smooth and silky.
She is funny as fuck for this. We don't have to read it if you don't want to, but she's funny as fuck for this. You're kidding, right? I'm going to kill you dead. I'm going to tear this man asunder and then reconstitute him so I can do it again. It's girls I'm looking for, not grannies. Weak. The jokes I'd cracked about Jessica were being turned against me. Come to think of it, Kumasawa has always been the type to tease people. Kumasawa-san, stop that now. People with one foot in the coffin shouldn't jump around. God, he's so...
To sport with the young is the most rejuvenating medicine.
The way these people talk to each other are so shitty. It's rare for you to come pick us up, Kumasawa-san. I wonder what's gotten into you. Usually your lumbago kicks in whenever someone gives you a job to do.
Oh, Eva-sama, you're as harsh as ever. I found myself with some urgent purchases to make, and while I was at it, I thought I would come welcome you all. Although it does give a bad impression if the one waiting to greet you is a decrepit old woman.
Eva spoke sarcastically, but Kumasawa-bachan's years of experience were nothing to sneeze at. She was more than capable of smoothly and coolly deflecting that comment. Well, it feels bad to say it, but old Kumasawa-bachan may be past her prime as a servant. She might act as though she's in good health, but between the headaches and her lumbago, her body is wearing out. I don't know where I got the word nothing from. To tell the truth, the very fact that she's still working is impressive. How old is she this year again? She must be pushing 80 at least. It's incredible that she's still able to act so cheerily. You just seem to get more and more lively. Oh, that's right, here you are. It's the tea I told you about before. Look, I bought you some. Please do try it later on. Aunt Rosa took a souvenir bag from her suitcase. To think that she remembered a promise that she'd apparently made last year and faithfully bought it. This sort of thoughtfulness was just like Aunt Rosa. She wasn't the kind of person who would forget or break a promise. Kumasawa Bachan seemed deeply touched, not only that Aunt Rosa had remembered this year-old promise, but that she would bring a gift to a simple servant like her. This woman is Kumasawa Chiyo-san. Do not know what to expect in terms of what magic exists in this game, so no clue if she is a funny evil painting or if this is nothing. Does magic indeed exist in this game?
We don't know yet. We haven't seen any magic yet, so we can't say.
This elderly woman is a part-timer, though she has quit her job several times along the way. This elderly woman is a part-timer who, though she has quit her job several times along the way, has served the family for a great many years in total. She's crafty and more than competent when it comes to performing her duties, but because of her chattiness and love of rumors, she is not highly regarded as a servant. She's a senior servant who's been working at the Yoshinomiya head family household for many years. As you'd expect from someone her age, manual labor isn't her strong point, but she's a kind of super servant who can handle just about anything else, from kitchen work to cleaning and laundry. It seems like her only flaw is a tendency to slack off. I hear she tries to get away from heavy or troublesome work by playing up her chronic diseases, and she's so real for that.
She is.
In Kumasawa Bachan's case, this was probably a sign of craftiness rather than laziness. Though it probably doesn't impress those paying her salary. Ah well, even if she's pretty flaky when it comes to work, I could never dislike her. I guess that's probably because of her cheerfulness and her constant smile.
Hey! Glad to see you're still in fine spirits. How's your back doing? Even with the medicine, it's not getting one whit better. According to the doctor, nothing can be done for this one. It's what you might call incurable disease.
I had to look it up, by the way, because I hadn't heard the term before. Lumbago just means lower back pain. Which I guess makes sense, because the lumbar is what that region is called.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's not like a specific disease, I think. It's just sort of like the symptom of having a fucked up back.
Lumbago sounds like the name of a Pokemon.
It kind of does.
Like that's like a mid evolution Pokemon name.
Yeah. Anyway, Jessica-chan just keeps getting prettier. Good thing she takes after Natsuhine-san.
Really? Personally, I don't think we look alike at all. I mean, I don't even want to be like my parents. Because I got zero respect for them.
I want to say Rudolph meant that in a normal way.
Yeah,
I think he did. I think he's just like, you've grown into a fine young woman.
You look... I've always had, like, aunts and uncles say, like, wow, you're so pretty!
Yeah.
And meanwhile,
He's
I
also
just look like some guy.
It's less of a compliment to Jessica and more of a dig at her father, who is his brother.
Yeah.
He's more just saying, wow, it's a good thing you took after your mom, because if you looked like your dad, you'd be fucking ugly.
No, you shouldn't say such things. Though there are quite a few people who don't want to be like their parents in our family.
Ah, that's me! You sure as hell better not take after me. Your nose looking like mine already pisses me off.
What are you talking about? You're surprisingly alike you and your father.
Come on, you can't be serious. Well,
Oh, you and father?
I can't. Okay, I was just watching this scene earlier. I still don't know who says which line here. I'm very confused. But come on, you can't be serious. Just how am I like that? That's definitely Battler. Because this has got to be Rudolph, and this has to be Battler, but then this... Well, I guess maybe Kirie is talking to Battler here. And saying, you're surprisingly like you and father.
Yeah, I do think that, and then Rudolph's face changed on the next
It's
line.
confusing.
I do think this is talking about Kinzo, because arrogant and prideful.
Yeah, that's true. You're a lot like him, especially in how arrogant and prideful you are. Father's blood is especially strong in you and Nissan. Wouldn't you say, Rosa? Oh, absolutely. Grouse Nissan and Rudolph Nissan are almost unbelievably like Dad.
They both look so mean as they said that, like they meant
They
that
are.
as an insult.
Oh, absolutely. Alright. Why am I the only one under fire from the girls? Hideyoshi Nissan, give me a hand, please.
My, Rudolph-kun, you're always so popular with the ladies.
Get his ass.
Cunning him. I'm jealous.
Also telling him, wow, you're always so popular with the ladies feels very backhanded.
Yeah, everyone is being an asshole.
As usual, you're popular enough to make me jealous.
About popular with women is making you jealous.
Okay, girly.
Okay. I think we could have some old woman Yuri with Kumasawa.
Not Kuwabara, different.
She says that.
Well then, everybody, shall we head over to the boat? Come now, Maria-san. Let's get on the boat together, okay?
Get on the boat together. Woo! Everyone gets on together. Woo!
Hell yeah, this time around I'm not gonna be scared. I'm used to being shaken by the waves.
Chad, he doesn't know.
Does he know?
Does he know?
With that piece of junk fishing boat, I'm less afraid of the shaking than the engine breaking down and the boat drifting off. Oh, yes, Battler-kun, I forgot to tell you. That fishing boat was completely worn out, so it was taken out of commission a few years back. Now we get taken out to the island in a different boat.
Oh, right. It's Battler's first time in the new boat. It's super comfy. And freaking fast. It can go at crazy high speeds.
Oh, that means less travel time, right? That sounds great. Having to worry about sinking is less scary than being on a plane, but it'd still be awesome to get it over with as quick as possible.
Ooh! Is Battler going to go fall again?
That's only on airplanes. Everything's fine now.
Anyway, it's the captain's pride and joy. A kind of modded high-speed boat. She looks mean.
She does.
Seems he's got it pretty souped up.
They are ganging up on him so bad.
He was bragging about how he attached 4 base high-efficiency propellers to make it break 40 knots or something like that.
I just realized the gag here is that all the adults gang up on Rudolph while all the cousins gang up on Battler, drawing another line between how they are the fucking same. Mm-hmm. God, that's funny.
Yeah.
She really is, yeah.
He talks about it all the time, so I've sort of memorized the spiel.
Yeah, I've got it memorized too since we hear about it every year. The captain says he's been obsessed with modding ever since he lost a speed contest with a foreign boat ages ago.
Also, 40 knots is pretty fast as someone who has been on boats.
Yeah? According to him, that opponent managed to break 30 knots with just a fishing boat.
And his thirst for a revenge match got him to build an awesome, all-new, super high-speed modded boat. I'm sure you'll just love it, Battler.
Super high-speed modded boat? My first thought was that this would be much better than some beat-up boat that might sink at any moment. But for some reason I got this feeling of foreboding.
Boating.
Probably just overthinking it. Foreboding.
Foreboding.
Aw, Sissel, are you eepy, baby?
I woke him up.
Oh, poor thing. Hey, Battler, maybe you should just swim to the island. Battler-kun, you shouldn't lean over the railing too much. You might fall.
Fall!
Damn it! So this is why you were all grinning back there. So this is the super high-speed boat the captain started modding. Oh yes, that piece of junk fishing boat from 6 years ago doesn't hold a candle to this guy. Oh, it's shaking, it's shaking, it's shaking! Gonna fall, fall, fall!
Fall, fall.
Called it. Called shot.
Gonna fall, fall, fall.
If I fall, I'll land in the ocean and drown. Where's the parachute? I mean, where's the buoy? Give me a life jacket!
Bella, what the heck are you doing that for?
Oh. That was Jessica.
That was
That's
Jessica. This is either George or Rosa, and I can't remember.
Yeah.
Jessica-chan, Maria-chan, it's not nice to tease. Battler-kun, if you're scared, then just don't come out on the deck. I think you'll be able to calm down a bit if you go inside the boat.
Probably Rosa. Oh, George.
Fuck!
They talk. You did
They
do
have similar
George voice.
voices, yeah. Rosa is, like, marginally softer.
They also have very similar ways of addressing other people. So
Yeah. That's a no thank you, Aniki. Shipwreck victims are always the ones inside the boat. The survivors are usually those on deck during the accident. So I'm staying right here. It's shaking. I'm gonna fall. Whoa.
Battler dies.
Yeah, Battler actually dies in the first hour of this game,
Yeah.
you know? I think this is Maria.
She gonna fall. Woo.
Maria, I told you to behave yourself. Battler-kun, it looks like you really can't handle it. I'll go tell the captain to slow down for you. Oh, Aunt Rosa, thank you! I can tell you now that safe, slow driving is definitely the way to go, even on the sea!
Don't do that, Rosa. Oh, maybe this is Eva?
No.
I want to say Eva. This seems like something that she would do.
Yeah. It's definitely one of the siblings. Don't do that, Rosa. Trials and tribulations are important for young men. Isn't that right, Battler-kun? You'd better be able to overcome a little scare like this, otherwise you'll never be able to go to Egypt with your aunt. Oh, Aunt Eva, you're so mean! Oh no, I'm gonna fall! Life jacket! Parachute!
He's so cringe fail.
Oh, wait, gotta spin it around and think that way. What's the enemy aiming for? Is he doing this to scare me? Who, God? Who's he?
The captain?
The captain? Yeah, maybe. If that's what he's aiming for, too bad. Like hell, I'll be scared. He says, crying.
He says screaming, crying.
No, I'm gonna fall.
Hates vehicles.
So after I made a huge fool of myself for a while, Aunt Rosa had a talk with the boat captain and he slowed down to a more manageable speed for me. That's a bit better. Thought I was gonna die earlier. Apparently the max speed I can tolerate is extremely slow. But that just now was completely insane. The whole boat was shaking. Yeah, they do that.
They always do that.
Sliding and leaping on the ocean's surface. It felt like I was riding on the back of a flying fish. Jessica was still guffawing at me as I leaned against the railing.
Yeah, she would
tired and
guffaw.
disheartened. She's a guffawer for sure.
I lost in that stream contest earlier, and I'm glad to know I'm no worse off where it really counts. But seriously.
Damn it! Go ahead and laugh. One of these days I'm gonna find your weakness and get back at you.
That's all you said. Yeah, Sharon. Good luck with that.
We're putting Battler down.
Yeah.
Battler all week.
Yeah, Battler all week. I don't want to die on land, not in the ocean or the sky. Maria was patting my back, so I patted her head in return. Her expression was blank as usual, but I realized that she wanted to console me.
George?
Who is... Yeah. Batler-kun, the captain's throwing in drinks to make up for this. Would you like one to calm yourself down? We'll never know who said it.
Nope.
George, Aniki, and Kumasawa Bachan brought us all ice-cold cans of soft drinks covered with...
If it was
Kumasawa
Kumasawa,
would
there
say
would be an
sama.
oh-ho-ho there.
There'd be an oho. I think she would also say sama,
Yeah.
wouldn't she?
Yeah.
We're taking Battler out back behind the shed. Exactly. George, Aniki, and Kumasawa Bachan brought us all ice-cold cans of soft drinks covered with beads of water. Judging from Kumasawa-san's big grin, our parents inside the boat were probably all rolling around laughing at my moment of pure terror. Damn it, I'm so embarrassed I can't bear to face any of them. If I didn't change the subject somehow, I had the feeling I'd be the butt of everyone's jokes for the whole trip, so I tried to think of something harmless to talk about.
I don't remember what it is. I hope he's not horny. Not a good start.
Hey, Jessica. No, I think it's normal.
Okay.
I think...
but just like, I hope he's normal as hearing, hey, Jessica, after everything he said. I was just like, uh-oh.
I think we have a little while. I could be wrong.
We'll find out together.
But this specific conversation...
We'll find out together. We'll be strong.
We'll be so strong. So brave about it.
He's gonna be so brave.
How are Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuki doing?
My old man and mom?
Unfortunately, they're fine.
Every other bird out of their mouth is steady, which pisses me off.
I'm so jealous, since it doesn't look like Uncle Hideyoshi or Uncle Rudolph would say stuff like that.
Oh no. Before I had my exams, my parents kept pressing me about it over and over. I thought it was annoying then, but now I'm grateful. Ha! I knew it. You really are awesome, Aniki. Anyway, I have to look after myself. No one tells me what to do. Well, it's not like I'd listen if they did.
Battler-san, have you still not returned to your parents' home?
Well, I kinda go back now and then. I've got lots of clothes and stuff left at the house I was living in until recently.
Battler has 2 houses?
Something like that.
Why? Why do you have 2 houses? Huh?
Only Maria, who couldn't really grasp the situation, voiced this naive question. However, the others just shot nervous glances at me, choosing not to respond even though they knew the answer.
Maria! Look, you can see the harbor now. Look over there. Can you see it?
Oh! Saw the harbor!
Apparently Jessica was trying to be nice by changing the subject. Ah, well. I'd rather not talk about it if I can help it, but it's uncomfortable to have it treated like some kind of weird taboo. I don't mind it that much myself anymore. I may be a member of the Yoshiromiya family, but the truth is that for these last 6 years, I've been living with my grandparents on my late mother's side, and I've even been using her family name. Sorry. When those grandparents passed away one after the other, I basically had no choice but to go back and live with the old bastard. Don't get me wrong. I didn't just run away from home or anything like that. The only one at fault here is my dad. I don't really blame Kirie-san. Being able to hold that old bastard's reins and ride him out is no mean feat. Still, the way that old bastard betrayed my mom... Well, unfortunately, I still haven't fully gotten over that. We'll be getting there soon. George Aniki cleared his throat, trying to change the subject.
Please forgive my indiscretion. Seems this old woman has said too much already. I have hurt your feelings.
I don't mind it. No one's feelings are hurt. Don't worry, Kumasawa-bachan. Kumasawa-san seemed to regret speaking out of turn. But I was more concerned about being worried for something like that, so I stood up and passed it off lightly.
It seems that from dialogue, I'm assuming that Rudolph is just constantly cheating on everyone. Because it seems like Kyrie is like, I have to constantly keep him from fucking other women all the time.
Yeah, she has to keep a tight grip on his balls.
Yeah. So it's not just that, like, specifically with Kyrie. It seems like there were many, and that the remarriage to Kyrie was one of the betrayals.
Yeah. After that, I had a sip of my drink and headed over to Maria and Jessica, who were gazing at the silhouette of the island.
Battler, I saw the island. Saw the island. There. Ooh.
Where is it? Oh, I see it now. Even after 6 years, the island hasn't changed a bit.
Restart the song, baby.
Yeah, the same song. It's so beautiful. The small island silhouette in front of us had gotten pretty close. This island's name is Rokkenjima.
Just a reminder, there's a part in Higurashi where they don't have a background sound, but the background music they don't have background music, but the background sound is just scary door opening sound effect on repeat.
Oh my god!
The sound design in Higurashi is nowhere near as good as the sound design in Umineko.
I kind of love that. That's kind of camp.
It is camp.
It's a small island about 10 kilometers around, located in the Izu archipelago. Since they call this archipelago the Izu 7, lots of people think there are only 7 islands, but that's not true. There's actually several more, and Rokkenjima is one of the minor islands that don't get counted. Even if that weren't the case, I doubt you'd find many people who knew about this island. Only people connected to the Yoshiromiya family ever go there. In other words, outsiders and tourists never have any reason to care about it. So, you'll never find this island's name in a travel brochure, not because this is a work of fiction or anything, just because it's real small.
Oh yeah, Rokkenjima is real. I was there.
After all of Rokkenjima is an estate possessed by the Yoshiromiya head family. Only the Yoshiromiya family lives there, and only people connected to the Yoshiromiya family come and go to and from there. Come and go to and from there. There's nothing there except a harbor and a mansion. The vast majority of the island is still just uncultivated forest. Such a waste when it could be made into a nice golf course or something.
I hate him.
That's how
you know he's rich.
We're taking Battler out back.
This is the worst thing he said.
Yeah. However, when you realize that the entire coastline is a private beach, it starts to sound pretty magnificent. He likes to pretend he's above the rich people shit, but then he says stuff like that. Oh, we should have turned our private island into a golf course. You've probably guessed by now, but to put it simply, well, the Yoshiromiya family is just rolling in dough.
This is where he talks about how he's so sad about being rich.
Yeah. The head family apparently possesses a vast fortune, and Dad and the others who make up the branch families have built up plenty of wealth for themselves, finding success in their respective businesses. I've been living a commoner's life in my grandparents' home these 6 years, so I'd completely forgotten. But the old bastard's house really is elegant, and everything about it is turned to match the snobbish tastes of the annoyingly rich. Tuned to match, sorry. Come to think of it, I guess that makes George, Aniki, Jessica, Maria, and me wealthy, high-class gentlemen and ladies. Needless to say, none of us think of ourselves that way at all. I don't see myself as being rich, and I don't identify as rich.
Well, might have been that since he was living like a normal life for
Yeah.
a while, people might have thought he was rich even though he wasn't at the time because
Yeah.
he wasn't living with the family.
That's fair.
I can understand him being annoyed by that.
Yeah. And George Aniki, who takes self-discipline very seriously, doesn't let himself get too comfortable. Jessica's always complaining that she'd rather move to the city than be rich. And Maria is still a kid who isn't even interested in money at all. Does that attitude really make us any less snobbish?
No.
From the perspective of people in poverty who can't pay the bills, we really have been blessed with a lot. This isn't the place to explain any further, so I won't.
But he
Okay.
will. But he does.
Anyway, it's the same as not being able to choose the parents you're born from. In fact, it is not being able to choose the parents you're born from. I didn't ask to be born into a rich family.
To be fair, I also wouldn't want to be born into the Yoshiromiya family despite the wealth.
Nobody would ask to be born in Yoshiromiya.
I love how he's monologuing this to himself, like he's having an imaginary, like, argument with someone.
Yeah.
And he's trying to defend himself.
Yeah. And I don't think it's really something to be envied. It can be pretty trying when people are prejudiced against you just because you're rich and refuse to judge you by your merits.
So everyone wants to call me a Nepo baby!
As I pondered these sentimental thoughts, Maria started shouting and leaning over the railing. He's so funny. Battler is such a guy.
Ugh. Gone.
What's wrong, Maria? Did you drop something?
Ugh. Gone. Ugh.
Maria kept yelling, "Gone, gone." At first, it sounded as though she had dropped something, but while she shouted, she also pointed out over the ocean.
I was pointing.
He was. "What's wrong? What's gone? I'll look for it too, if you want. What is it?" Hmm? If she'd dropped something, she probably would have looked down at the floor, but Maria was pointing out over the ocean. One would assume by that gesture that she had spotted something, but she kept saying that something wasn't there. Strange. However, since my last memories of this place came from 6 years ago, I was able to spot it before Aniki, who comes here every year. Huh? If I remember correctly, wasn't there a torii or something on top of a small crag around here? That's right, it was definitely there. I remember it well, since as we get closer to the island, it's the first thing to greet us, like a landmark. Wow, you're amazing, Battler. Even though it's been 6 years, you remembered. It was here, wasn't it? Oh, who?
Probably Jessica, because it was Battler, no honorific.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, you're amazing, Battler. Even though it's been 6
No, I
years,
think-
you remembered.
Okay, so this is George, then. It was
I
here,
see.
wasn't it? I remember, too. The Tutelary God's shrine and that torii-like thing were standing all alone on that crag. And now that you mention it, they are gone, aren't they? I'm pretty sure they were still there last year.
Gone. Gone. Ooh.
Maybe they were washed away by the waves or something. It was a small crag, so it probably got worn away over time.
Well, that's my theory, too. It was last summer that it disappeared.
But they say an enormous lightning bolt came crashing down one evening and smashed the shrine.
I'm letting the people hear the wind sound effect.
Yeah.
The fishermen whisper that having a thunderbolt fall upon our honored tutelary god must be a portent of approaching misfortune.
Grace, you're crazy.
Kuwabara, Kuwabara.
Kumasawa-san smiled impishly as if teasing us, rubbing her hands together while intoning a Japanese phrase meant to ward off lightning. However, Maria apparently took this seriously, and stared fixedly over the ocean to where the crag housing the shrine god was supposed to be.
A portent of misfortune. Whoa.
Enough, Kumasawa-san. Mari isn't old enough to get that kind of joke.
Should we take a short break?
I think we're about to get to the island.
Okay. And the timing of it, and also I have to go to the bathroom soon.
Yeah.
It's okay, Maria-chan. It's just a coincidence. Nothing scary's gonna happen.
Lol.
Nothing at all. George Eineke put a hand on Maria's shoulder to calm her down, but Maria's sharp-eyed expression didn't waver.
Misfortune. Misfortune.
Maria muttered that word over and over. Apparently, repeating a single word over and over is a habit that Maria's had for a long time, for no particular reason.
Yeah.
However, since the word she was saying was literally an ill omen, it was a bit creepy. Hey now, Maria.
We could stop there because I thought that's when we got to the island.
We're gonna take a quick pause, take a quick break, and
I'm gonna pop
return shortly.
pop some absolute corn.
It's popping absolute corn.
It's popping absolute corn.
We'll leave you with these beautiful looping wind sound effects.
Have fun.
Have fun, guys.
Bye.
And we'll return shortly. Hi, we're back. Also, welcome in Monju. Welcome, if you're still here. I saw you sent that message, like, immediately after we went to break.
Yeah.
So if you stuck around, welcome. An awesome dink setup. Tall glass of water, mug of lemonade, small glass of tempranillo. Ooh, Tempranillo? Tempranillo? Is it Italian or Spanish? I don't know. It sounds good, though. Spanish, it is tempranillo. Okay. My first instinct was right. Welcome back. We have both realized we've made some brave vocal decisions, so if we start to dial back some of our voices, you know why. Battler's maybe gonna get a little bit less gruff. I wanted to give him a real bro-y voice, but it's just not sustainable. Let's get back to it. Without
I have
further
popcorn and
ado.
I'm sorry.
How fucking dare you? How absolutely dare you? Honestly, at least the bag is quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Hey now, Maria. Ah, screen freaked out for a moment there. Don't even worry about it. Oh, I'm glad Jacob had fun. Please pass on our thanks for hanging out. It was good to have him. These streams are always fun to have like a mix of people who know and people who don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's always very exciting.
Jamie, if you're still here, I don't remember how much you know of Umineko other than just what I told you in the car like 2 days ago.
If saying over and over like that, misfortune will really end up happening, you know? Ah, Maria did this. I tapped Maria's other shoulder. Maria whipped her head around, stared into my face, and spoke unblinkingly. She's such an ominous child.
Ugh. Misfortune is coming.
Huh? And just where is it coming from? I answered lightheartedly, trying to break the tension in the air. At that moment, Maria held up a finger, raised her arm high, and pointed to the heavens. When I looked up, I saw that the sky was still just as cloudy, but it had grown a great deal more leaden than it had been that morning. I know how to speak English. That's right, they were saying that a typhoon was approaching. We had planned to spend one night on the island, but if this storm doesn't pass quickly, I won't be able to make it to school on Monday. Well, I guess that makes for a pretty good excuse to be absent.
Ooh.
She apparently sensed some kind of misfortune in the cloudy sky. She's been muttering that non-stop for a while now. Yeah, Battler missing school on Monday is the worst thing that's going to happen in this whole game. Girls at Maria's age tend to be very impressionable. She's just about at the age that many girls start to get excited about sixth senses and whether they have any psychic potential and stuff. Finally, a game that understands what little girls are like in real life. Extremely realistic child hobby. For all we know, this might be due to her childish, sensitive nature. And we also know it's the mid-'80s, which, as Paranormal taught us, big time for the occult boom in Japan. The 80s were a huge moment for everyone just getting real into ghosts and shit. It's okay, Maria-chan. The weather might get worse tonight, but tomorrow it'll clear up and become a pretty blue sky.
Ooh. Pretty blue sky. Ooh.
That's right, by tomorrow it'll be a pretty blue sky. There's no rain that doesn't end, and no clouds that never clear.
Ooh. Rain that doesn't end. Clouds that never clear.
Okay, taking the wrong message away from this.
Ooh.
I know the typhoon's coming, but soon it'll go away. It'll be okay, Maria.
Oh. Oh.
Maria started yelling, ooh. It looked as though she was having a tantrum because no one could understand what she was trying to say. What in the world is Maria trying so desperately to warn us about? Unable to understand her, we couldn't help but feel a vague sense of misfortune. I've heard that everyone can feel the supernatural, but that it weakens as you age. That might mean that Maria, the youngest one of us all, still possessed some kind of sense that the rest of us had lost. Yeah, her spirit sense is great. She could knock back a few Moscow mules with the best of them. I wonder if that sense is sending her a warning. At that moment, Kumasawa-san quietly opened her mouth.
Rumor has it that long ago, Rokenjima was Kumasawa-san. Let's not talk about that now.
Talk not about that now.
Speak not of the old legend.
Just as Kumasawa-san was about to tell some kind of story, Jessica sharply interrupted her. Jessica's tone was extremely firm for her. I wanted to push her further just out of simple curiosity. But judging by the look on Jessica's face, whatever Kumasawa-bachan was likely to say would probably make Maria even more uneasy. If I did try to press her for the story, the odds were pretty good that it wouldn't be anything bright and cheery.
Oh, I do apologize about that. The wind here is hard to bear for the elderly, so if you would excuse me for now.
Yeah, this drink I made is gross. I'm gonna finish it, but it's gross. I'm letting you all know. I made my own demonic concoction, and it's bad. Gossipers have no reason to hang around after they've been told to stop chatting. When Kumasawa-san finally realized that she'd overstepped her bounds, she went back inside the boat. After she left, Uncle Hideyoshi showed up in her place.
Oh no.
Since he'd arrived mid-what?
No, I just like, oh god, I'm gonna have to do his voice again.
Oh, yeah. I was not trying to make the titular Joker juice. I don't have anything green. I was just making, like, I make fucked up mudslides out of, like, whatever we have that I think would go good in a mudslide adjacent drink, and I was wrong this time. Spun that roulette and lost hard. But it's fine.
Was it Noir or Rouge?
What?
The roulette.
Oh, that. Yeah. I actually bet on 0. It was a gamble.
Oh, if it won, you would have won big, man.
Yeah. Higher the risk, higher the reward. Since he'd arrived mid-conversation, he completely failed to notice the complicated atmosphere that hung about the scene, so he refreshingly and unwittingly swept that atmosphere aside. So in the end, it was his lack of tact that brightened the mood. Crunching.
Yoshi's eating popcorn.
Yeah. He would be. Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Looks like we're almost there. Okay, just a bit more. Took forever at the speed we went today, didn't it?
I love that Hideyoshi is a little bit just as mean as everyone else. He just knows how to say shit nicely.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it took fucking forever to get there because we had to slow down for some fucking reason. Weird.
Wonder whose fault that was.
Aw, Uncle Hideyoshi, give me a break already.
Come on, don't stop there.
That's a good way to write that type of laugh.
Yeah.
Seriously, thanks to Battler here, it's taking forever.
Maria probably thought that everyone was refusing to listen to her. She hung her head, wearing a fretful expression. As she did, George Aniki crouched down to meet her eyes and spoke to her kindly. Maria-chan, there's nothing to be afraid of. Because we're all together. There's nothing to be afraid of if we're together. Go ahead and say it. Whereas anyone else would have just said, man, we went so much slower today, it's probably because your idiot son Battler is a stupid piss baby. I wonder where he gets that from. Oh, right, you. Wow, it's like Ava's here.
That was probably what was being said inside the boat.
Yeah,
Let's be real.
honestly.
There's nothing to be afraid of if we're together.
Yes, there's nothing to be afraid of if we're with each other.
Ooh.
That's right, exactly what George Aniki said. If we stick together, there will never be anything at all to be afraid of. Right, Jessica?
Yeah, no doubt about it. What George Nissan says is always true, Maria.
Ooh. George Oni-chan, always true.
Yes, I don't lie. So trust me. There's nothing to be afraid of if we're all together. Oh, you know they grink each other. Endless list of grinks.
And non.
Everyone in this family is grinking each other all the time. I can actually think of a few specific instances where they pull that shit on each other. This is a family with a lot of grinks, I'll tell you that.
George Oni-chan doesn't lie. I trust you.
Yeah, this line doesn't seem important.
There's nothing to be afraid of if we're all together.
That's not even me being cagey. I'm just like, genuinely, why did they say this like this?
Ooh, not afraid.
Maria jumped into George Aniki's arms and hugged him tightly. After Aniki patted her head, she jumped away again. Her facial expression had undergone a 180-degree change, turning back to normal. She was once again the ordinary Maria.
Ooh. There's nothing to be afraid of because we're together. Ooh.
Yeah, that's it. You look all better now. You're strong and that's awesome.
Ooh. I'm awesome.
Hey now, what's going on here? Maria-chan didn't get seasick, did she? Hmm? Well, something like that.
We'll be arriving soon. The harbor was already
The harbor was already drawing near. The harbor was already drawing near. Nice little flower motif. And time is passing. It's 10:30
A.M.
a.m. Yes, it's in the morning. Maria is so precious.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to Rokkenjima. Oh, the art covers it. We hope you enjoy your stay in this experience of a lifetime. That is... I just got a Steam achievement. That's what that was.
Dude,
I'll
the
make sure to read
prologue.
those out. Yep.
Yeah, chapter 1.
Yep. The boat gave a big shudder. Seems we've docked at the harbor. The boat driver came out and jumped to the pier with the mooring rope. A large man in a tuxedo was waiting there for us with a warm smile.
Woo!
I didn't recognize his face, but judging by his clothes, I guessed he was a servant of the Yoshinomiya head household. Fuck, who's gonna be? Who's this guy? Is it me? Is it you?
I think it's gonna be you.
It's gonna be me. Welcome home, milady! You were so late in returning that I began to worry.
Sorry, I got popcorn.
Oh no.
Jessica in character has popcorn.
Yeah, she was also eating. She took some with video.
Yes.
Aw, thanks for caring.
This moron got so scared we had to slow down. It was seriously annoying.
Shut up! I love this sprite of his. He's so sopping wet. Someday when the shoe's on the other foot, you'll remember this. Ugh. At this rate, word will spread to the whole family, and I'll be the big conversation piece during dinner. Even without this, everyone would be talking about me because of that 6-year gap, but now I've given them an even juicier topic. Damn it, why does the Yoshinomiya head family have to live on this isolated island? It makes for a better murder mystery, that's why. In the meantime, the boat had finished its mooring. A small plank was lowered so that we could get down. One by one, our parents came up from inside the boat. You must all be quite tired from your long trip. Madam, please allow me to assist you. Thank you. It's been a while, Goda-san. How are you? I thank you for your concern. It is always my pleasure to serve.
Bethakin, isn't this your first time meeting Goda-san? If I'm not mistaken, you weren't working here 6 years ago, right?
Indeed. So please, allow me to greet him for the first time. It is an honor to meet you, Butler-sama. I'm pretty confident about my height, but you're huge. This is definitely our first meeting.
How tall is Goda?
Yeah, what the fuck? I never forget meeting a big guy like you. It's a pleasure. I'm Battler. I was looking forward to meeting you. I am Goda, your servant, and I have been working for the Ushinomiya head family since the year before last. Goda-san!
Goda-san!
A servant hired as a cook. He hasn't served this family long, but through his earlier jobs and previous experience, he has cultivated a talent for entertaining guests. Because of this, he is very highly regarded as a servant. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. If there is anything you need, please feel free to rely on me at any time. Koda-san, it's been some time. It has been too long, George-sama. Please, allow me to assist you.
As usual, you're a pro at welcoming guests. If you ever need a job, just let me know, okay? I hire you anytime.
You do me too much honor. Please, allow me to assist you, Hideyoshi-sama. Goda-san then lent a hand to everyone as they disembarked, greeting them as they passed. His speech and mannerisms had the refined polish of a professional. He was very graceful in contrast with his initially tough-looking appearance. His large size made him seem a bit scary at first, but he was much more polite than my first impression had led me to believe. He claimed to have served on the island for 2 years, but he had doubtless worked at a similar job somewhere before. After everybody disembarked, the mooring rope was untied, and the boat started to steer away from the harbor. It was probably returning to its home port on Nijima. The captain waved his hand in farewell. Maria conscientiously waved her hand back. Now that I think about it, this must be why I felt something out of place for a while now. I can't hear the cries of the seagulls.
Seagulls? What's that? The birds?
If I remember correctly, whenever we came to this island in the past, the seagulls always greeted us with their lively, "Yeah, yeah" cries. We left him in the menu! Oh no!
No!
In case you weren't aware, the actual Japanese name of Umineko is Umineko no Naku Koromi, which literally translates to "when the seagulls cry." That's why the series is called When They Cry, because all the names of games are when different beasts cry.
Yeah, Higurashi is a type of cicada.
Yeah. Their names weren't called on the plane. They didn't call the seagulls.
Yeah, that's why
they
they're
didn't
not
call
here.
them.
They missed that you didn't. They didn't call them in.
Yeah. And delightfully, Umineko literally translates to sea cat because the sounds that seagulls make kind of sounds like a yeah.
Yeah.
What's a seagull? Doesn't sound real. Oh, I had forgotten about all this. Hikoni is a type of stork. I feel like I remember having Googled that. Yes. I just assumed you got real excited because I know you really like that one.
Seagulls aren't real. Ryukyushi made them up.
Yeah. Because of that, whenever I hear the cries of seagulls anywhere else, I get the feeling that I'm coming to a family conference. Except for the small part of the island where those of the Yoshinomiya head family live. Rokenjima has been left uncultivated, which apparently makes it a paradise for wild birds. Supposedly, there was a cliff somewhere that housed a huge seagull colony, so this island was always full of seagulls. Not having those seagulls here to greet us made me feel a bit lonely. What's wrong, Bantho-kun? Oh, Aunt Rosa. Nah, it's nothing really. I was just thinking it's a bit lonely without the cries of the seagulls. My, that's true now that you mention it. Even though they're always so noisy, today there isn't one to be seen.
Huh?
Keeps catching you at the worst time.
Yeah.
Why no seagulls?
Maybe it's because the seagulls are having a get-together somewhere, too. This line is so cute. Seagulls hate your fuck-ass vibes. That's probably true.
I hate you, Balor.
Yeah, they knew Battler was coming back. That's why they're gone this year. Battler's rancid vibes scared them off. Maria, did you want to see the seagulls?
Wanted to see them.
Still, it's a bit strange there isn't even a single one around. Maybe Jessica grilled them all and ate them.
What the hell? Don't say disturbing stuff like that.
She's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
You'll get Maria believing it. Jessica and H-chan grilled him. Jessica and H grilled him.
I did not. Why the hell would I do something like that?
I love this genuine distress. That's right. Jessica grilled them. Skin and meatballs, liver and onion.
Swimming meat dolls. Liver and onion.
As I made fun of Jessica, Maria tagged along, looking like she was having fun. Ooh, I never guessed she was such a good sport. Alrighty then, from today on I'll make you my #1 follower. As I smiled at her, she beamed, looking overjoyed, possibly because she was happy about this little connection we'd made with each other.
About Jessica eating the seagulls.
That's not it, Maria-chan. I've heard wild birds are attuned to changes in the weather and atmospheric pressure. The weather will probably get worse tonight. These seagulls might have returned to their nests early.
Oh, not grilled? Jessica and H1 didn't grill them?
No! I wouldn't do something like that. Battler, you admit it right now that you lied.
Battler-kun, Maria-chan is a naive girl, so she takes even jokes seriously. You should choose your jokes more carefully. George Aniki gently scolded me. Even though I outstripped Aniki in height, Aniki was Aniki, of course. There was no choice but to obediently apologize. Sure, my bad. Maria, that was a joke. The seagulls are all taking it easy in their nests today, that's all.
Battler lied? George Oni-chan told the truth?
Had she actually been tricked despite all that fun she was having? Her pure eyes made me feel guilty. Maybe I went a little overboard with her after all. Yeah, that's right. What George Aniki said is true. The weather's bad, so they probably went home for the day. It doesn't mean they're gone. Right, Aunt Rosa? That's right. Tomorrow, when the weather gets better, I'm sure they'll come back so we can hear them crying, yeah, like they always do.
Ugh. I'll wait until the weather gets better and they come back. Gonna wait until tomorrow. Gonna wait until the weather's better. Ugh.
Maria was in a lighter mood and was looking forward to tomorrow, when the seagulls would come back and fill the skies. When the seagulls would cry.
When the seagulls cry.
Still, George Aniki really was amazing at taking care of kids. I think I remember Aniki taking good care of me as well when I was a brat 6 years ago. Aniki, that's probably your gift. George-kun is amazing at taking care of young kids. If you wanted to, I bet you'd do great with a job in childcare, don't you think?
Well, but George would say something next.
You were bamboozled. God, this drink is gross. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's almost like George Nissan was born to do something like that.
Personally, I think that'd suit you better than doing business in some
Company president's office.
Oh no. Childcare is a fine career path, but it's not a job where merely liking children is enough. You really are modest, George-kun. He makes a good point. Taking care of kids is complicated. But Battler-kun is quite good with children, too. Just a second ago, even though it didn't last long, Maria seemed to be having a lot of fun. Please, keep on playing with her like you did just now. Just choose your jokes more carefully, okay? Aunt Rosa winked at me, giggling a little. She's a real mother, I thought to myself, who's happy to see Maria having fun. Come on, Rosa. You brats too, what the hell are you doing? Let's get going. Okay, we're coming. The old bastard was waving for us to hurry up. I love that he's always like, the old bastard. Keep telling lies, but maybe less bird cookie. Yeah, we needed to get moving.
Battler telling lies.
God. God, her death flags. I'm so sorry, Rosa. Oh, wait, I didn't read that. We might as well have this conversation after setting our luggage down in our rooms. Now then, everyone, allow me to lead you to the guest house where you will be spending the night. Please, this way. Goda-san called to everyone and led the way. Kumasawa-san brought up the rear. A serpentine, twisting path led through a dim forest. Is it serpentine or serpentine? Or is it one of those ones you can say either?
I think it's one you can say well either.
It ran a bit uphill. I'd guess the path was made all twisty so the slope wouldn't seem so steep, Personally, I'd have been happier if they had the guts to make some stairs in a straight line. Well, that would be worse, Battler, because of how climbing works. No doubt they made the path twist on purpose to put on airs of distance and importance, or because switchbacking is a real thing you should do. You fucking city slicker. Before long, we saw garden-style stone steps. From here on, I do have some memories. Go up these, and at the top of the stone steps, we saw a beautiful guest house. Its facade was lovely, of course, but more importantly, we couldn't enter its doors without having our hearts stolen away by the splendor of the beautiful rose garden spreading before it. Is this the song that's called Hope? It's about to kick in.
It might be.
There's a song called Hope. I think it's this one.
I mostly just know the names of the scary songs.
Yeah.
I don't listen to the happy songs as much.
I only know this because the second playthrough of Umineko that I was watching, because something's wrong with me, played a version that put the names of the songs on screen when they came in. And I think some of the songs were not exactly the same, but I think this is an important song, and so she actually called it out as being like one that she knew. The name of the motif mostly. Oh, that checks out, yeah. There are motifs in... I don't remember if it's actually the name of the song. You may be more correct than me. I only remember it because the streamer, said that because I've just kind of had it on in the background, because it's literally like what I've been putting on at work to like get myself my Umineko fix, but I'm not actually like taking notes on that playthrough because I'm taking notes on my personal playthrough. I've seen the first few hours of chapter 1 a frankly ridiculous number of times, is what I'll say. This game broke my brain in a very specific way. But anyway, this is a beautiful song.
It's as beautiful as ever to see you. A real delight for the eyes.
After climbing the stone steps, the people greeted by this rose garden gave voice to their impressions one by one. Guy who's on his 4th playthrough in a year and a half. Me, but I'll be on my 4th playthrough before I finish the game. The Joe Chrono Let's Play, having to like go back and edit their videos, I truly think that they are the only people to have played Umineko correctly. Because like every couple episodes, they have to like go back and look at the previous episodes in detail, and it's made them insane. It delights me. Is it just me, or are the flowers a little less lively this year?
Always so backhanded.
It's probably because it wasn't that hot this summer. I also believe that was a factor. Sadly, this year's blooming is a tad inferior when compared to last year's. Even so, it was a delightful rose garden. I remembered that even 6 years ago, huge numbers of roses had greeted us every year. You think this was taken at like a park or something? The photo, I mean. Or like a botanical garden?
I'm just remembering, I remember going to a big rose garden in Japan, and I just had to like, what if it's from that one?
Oh, it's the actual gardens? Like of the real house? Damn.
What do you mean by it's the actual gardens?
Q Furukawa Gardens. Well, because I know the house is a real house.
Oh, yeah.
I remembered that even 6 years ago, huge numbers of roses greeted us every year. There are botanical gardens and an old house museum thing. Interesting. So it's like public? You can go there? That's sick. Alright, adding that to it's the chance of me actually ever going to Japan and having that kind of money is very slim, but adding that on top of hitting up all the 7 mysteries of Honjo.
I know the village.
We're also going this house.
The village of Hinamizawa from Higurashi is based on a real village in Japan. Sick. And the pictures in that game are from it, I believe.
Wonder how many go dressed up. God. Yeah, I wanna go to the Seven Mysteries of Honjo. I wanna go to, what is the name of the... Starts with an S. I feel crazy. The region that Paranormal Site takes place in. Because it's like historical Honjo. What is it called today? Sumida!
Yeah,
because of the Sumida River. Okay. Sorry, that was gonna drive me crazy.
Throwing away my bag.
Not allowed to dress up unless you have a photo permit, but people take photos of their merch a lot. That checks out. This rose garden was the first thing that greeted the people who came to Rakenjina.
I have to rinse the slime off my hands.
Have fun! Even our parents who came every year couldn't help but give voice to their admiration. In fact, it seemed this music has gotten so fucking loud. In fact, it seemed to have undergone a power-up from the garden in my memories 6 years ago. This place is always so amazing. It would be wonderful to have a rose garden like this at home. The game really wants us to listen to Hope. Yeah. Give it up. Who do you think would take care of it? Roses are a real pain with bugs and diseases to worry about. Well, from what I've heard, Kyrie-ne-san takes care of her rose every day and makes sure no bugs get anywhere near it, right? Huh? What are you talking about? You wanna be back for this?
I'm back.
Our classic Kyrie Rudolph moment.
I don't remember this one.
I didn't remember it until I replayed it. You'll remember it.
Oh boy.
Did you hear what I was saying?
No.
Oh, you didn't hear the beginning of this? They're talking about Kyrie wants a rose garden at home, and Rose is like, oh, Kyrie-san takes care of her rose. This is Kyrie.
Yeah, that's right. Though in this person's case, the rose goes after the insects, like some nasty carnivorous plant.
I don't let my husband fuck. Exactly. She doesn't let him jerk off either, apparently. Oh, so that's what you mean. Come on, Rosa. Can't you give that a rest just for today? I put that sort of thing completely behind me. Me when I lie.
Me when I lie.
I wonder-
Me when I believe you.
Rosa does not get to do this face very often.
I
It
love
is
this face of hers.
insanely funny to me.
I did art of Juno recently that was just over a sprite of Rosa, and it was this expression because I just love it this so much.
It's so funny. Rosa just doesn't get to be smug as fuck very often. I'm happy for her. I wonder. After all, you're a womanizer on an almost genetic level.
Well, I don't think it's saying that Curious they don't fuck. I think it's Curious saying, I don't let you fuck other women.
Yeah. She's got his balls in a tight grip or whatever.
Vice grip on the
Yeah.
balls. My balls now.
You needn't worry, Rosa-san. When a rose gives you too much trouble, it's always best to snip it at the root.
Oh, such frightening talk, this. Guys who are popular with the ladies are always forced to live dangerously. I sure hope I turn out a bit prettier in my next life.
Hideyoshi-san, like I keep saying, it isn't like that at all. Kirie, stop it. You're freaking me out.
I'm gonna cut off your dick.
Garden shears manifest in her hands. You've made my rose wilt. Hey Maria-chan, look over here. Hey Maria-chan, ignore what they're saying, please.
Don't pay attention to them, please.
Maria-chan, ignore this. These roses are especially magnificent.
Magnificent roses. Ooh.
It just reminds me of the bit in the stage play where Jessica does the same thing, where there's that one scene and Jessica physically turns Maria away to look at something. She's like, look over there. Smells pretty sweet. Look, this suits my elegance perfectly.
She watered me all of it, not knowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Hey, cut it out. Maria's gonna imitate you and get hurt by the thorns.
She yelled at me as I leaned in to smell the rose's scent with an exaggerated gesture. I thought she was overreacting, but when I turned around, I saw Maria imitating my every gesture and George Aniki smiling broadly.
I remember reading about how the reason why you always hear about roses being so fragrant in like media that is old, but if you smell a rose in real life, it doesn't seem like that. That's because roses have been bred to be less fragrant.
Huh.
If you get heirloom roses, they smell strong.
How recent a development is that?
I don't remember. That probably. This is a family that would have heirloom roses.
Fucking absolutely. Well, also this rose garden's quite old.
Yeah. Yeah, I do remember reading about that because I did always for my entire life find it odd everyone seeing so much stuff talking about like the scent of roses and always being like, why doesn't it smell like anything? That's because they are made to be less fragrant because they used to be like overpoweringly strong to the point where it could be considered like unpleasant or something.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think really, really strong florals are kind of a bit much.
I'd love to smell an heirloom rose. At least once in my life.
The smell of it alone would kill you instantly.
I'm a strong boss. I could do it.
Yeah, you can handle it actually, right? Because you have like not as strong a sense of smell.
Yeah, I have a weak sense of smell.
Yeah. I think I have a normal sense of smell. I smell things a normal amount. I'm normal.
So normal.
Hey now, Maria-chan, be careful. Rose thorns can hurt.
Huh? George Johnny-chan? Only this rose is strange.
Strange? What's wrong?
Maria pointed at a single rose. I immediately understood why she found it odd. In the midst of all these magnificent roses, one single rose was just starting to wilt. There wasn't any particular reason. Some roses flourish, and others wilt. That's all there was to it, but Maria seemed very concerned about the only unhealthy one in the group. For no symbolic reasons whatsoever. It must have made her feel lonely. That's your dad's penis, Battler.
Don't do this to me.
So you feel sad for this rose because it's the only one that isn't healthy.
The others are all healthy, but this one's sad.
Well, they all bloom and wither at their own paces.
I'll bet this one's just starting to wilt early because it got to bloom before any of the others.
Yeah, that's right. It probably just bloomed like crazy, fulfilled its duty, and went to sleep. You shouldn't get so worked up about it.
Oh.
It seemed that Maria's pure, sensitive nature was making her feel some emotional pain for the rose that wilted alone. Even though she understood the logic of it, it still felt lonely to her. Then, Maria-chan, why don't you look after this rose until we leave?
Huh?
George Aniki straightened up and felt around in his pocket. He then took out the wrapper from the candy he had been sucking on the plane. He twisted it into a thin string, then gently tied it to the rose as a sort of marker.
Hey, that's pretty cute.
Let's mark it with this. Later on, you can come and give it some water. I'm sure Mr. Rose will be happy.
Rose-san.
Mr. Rose.
Ooh, come to give it water.
I think you should give Mr. Rose here a name. I'm sure that'll make it happy, and you'll get to know it a little better.
A name? A name.
Sorry, something just occurred to me. Though she still wore her usual sullen face, Maria crossed her arms and began to consider this intently. At the very least, she appeared to have been completely pulled out of her slump. Nice going, Aniki.
Dorothy-san has always been really understanding. Can't help but respect him.
Yeah. I guess he was just born that way. We've got to start picking up tips.
Was this garden just as magnificent when you all were kids?
It was only after I stopped living here that it grew so big. Before that, the garden was simpler, though I'm still attached to that one. Nissan fiddled with it too much, with that vaguely bad taste of his. I liked it much better before.
Everything she says is full of venom.
She's really never said anything nice in her life.
She could be a pickup artist with how good she is at backhanding compliments and negging.
Yeah.
Ava, you gotta think positive.
How do you think she pulled him?
Oh no, she negged him. Setting aside how it used to look, its beauty is something to be admired. You'll be able to relax a lot better if you look at it that way.
I didn't mean it like that. I was just saying that I wanted you to see this garden the way it was before, too. Everyone, if you please. I shall guide you to your rooms now. Goda-san called to everyone to ask if we were ready, but our hearts had been completely stolen away by the rose garden that none of us had seen for a year, so we didn't pay much attention to him. Since we weren't a travel group, it wasn't like we had a strict schedule to follow. Besides, since our parents were visiting their old home full of nostalgia, it wasn't like they had to let themselves be urged on by anyone or anything. Understanding the situation, Goda-san continued to wait, smiling widely until our parents got tired of the roses and told him to guide us to our rooms.
Oh!
I was gonna say, is this when I think it is?
Hey! It isn't Kanan-kun. It's been so long, how you doing?
Uncle Hideyoshi suddenly shouted.
I'll take this one and the other one.
Yeah, I had a feeling you might. The other one.
The other one.
In the direction he was waving was a slender boy. Meeting him right after a huge man like Goda probably emphasized his small stature.
Just a little boy.
Just a little boy. The boy was in the middle of transporting piled-up gardening tools and the like in a wheelbarrow. When he realized he was being called to stop, he set down the wheelbarrow, took off his hat, and bowed his head. I do love his gay little beret.
He does have a gay little beret, and I do love it. Good afternoon.
I figured he was probably younger than me. And I realized by the general atmosphere surrounding him that he was another servant. He also holds his hand in a permanent bow,
Yeah,
sort of.
he's always like that.
Yeah.
He can't move it.
And Lavender Ascot. Yeah.
What? Oh,
got a lavender
that's what an
ascot.
ascot is.
Yeah. Some sort of neck scarf situation.
He's just a little guy.
Cannon is my little guy.
He is my little guy.
One of the streams I was watching called him Scrunkly, and I think that that's incredibly accurate. He is
a bit scrunkly.
Many people use the word Scrunkly a bit loosely. I would say it applies strongly to Cannon.
He would hate it if you heard that.
Oh,
though.
he would be livid.
He'd be so fucking mad.
Best character in the game. Yet another best
This
character.
is my
in the
son. I really liked him when I first engaged with Umineko when I was in my teens and closet and didn't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say he does seem like you'd have a certain fascination with him from a character design perspective.
He falls into the same box of like Leo Fotia and others.
Yeah, he's got a certain type of gender going on.
Mm-hmm.
He greeted us in response to Uncle Hideyoshi's call, but he seemed like he might be pretty unsociable most of the time. It was a greeting that lacked feeling.
I would not compare him to Quark, personally.
Quark has a lot more energy.
Quark is also like 8, and this is a brooding teenage boy.
Yeah. When Goda-san noticed that our interest had shifted towards him, he went to the boy's side and introduced him to us. Adler-sama, please allow me to introduce you. This is one of the servants of the Yoshinomiya head household. Kanan-san, greet our guest.
I'm pleased to meet you. I am the servant, Canon.
Yep, my first impression wasn't wrong. He seemed to be unsociable, or at least not so good at talking. Compared to Goda-san, who was extremely polished as a servant, you couldn't help but feel an inexperience typical of his age. When Goda-san urged him in a whisper to give a bit more of an introduction, the boy named Kanon only cast his eyes downwards.
He has self-esteem issues.
You're a blood boy, what's up? Are you saying he has vampiric swag? Yes, blood boy, like, because he has the crest.
Don't worry about it.
Don't even worry.
Don't think. Stop thinking.
Yeah, stop thinking. Don't even think. You just have to accept the events as they are, or whatever the fuck that little blurb said.
Sometimes we all say things and then you immediately think back, like, why was I cooking?
Yeah.
We all have moments like that.
Yeah. Kanon-san, could you perhaps give them a little more of a greeting?
No.
I love this kid so much.
I need to do another read of that just specifically because he wouldn't say it like that, but I wanted to.
Absolutely.
No, because we are furniture.
He didn't seem to. Grace, I actually should have called that you would like this kid. He didn't seem to be refusing to greet us out of spite. Rather, he seemed to have fallen silent because he didn't know what else to say to us in greeting.
Oh, well, Canon-kun's shy and doesn't tend to talk much. He might not be that sociable, but deep down, he's a really good person. Don't get him wrong. You've been working here for 3 years, haven't you? Pretty sure you started a year before Goda-san, right?
Even though he wasn't exactly giving a terrible first impression, Jessica hurriedly backed him up. You're not a chair, you're a blood boy. Give me answers.
Don't worry about it.
Don't even worry about it. It's probably not at all important. It's great being halfway through the game because I have the plausible deniability of, like, it's not even possible to know what I know and what I don't know. I will say a very large percentage of the stuff we're encountering is also mysterious to me, but some of it isn't. I'll never tell. I see. Even though he wasn't exactly giving a terrible first impression, Jessica hurriedly backed him up. I see. Apparently his unsociable nature causes him trouble a lot.
I have been getting all of it, and I have been giving encouragements to both correct and incorrect theories, and encouraging more theories. Because I know some answers. I don't know a lot of things.
Yeah.
I'm going about this the same way I went about Josh playing VLR for the first time.
Yeah. God, I hope I get another classic VLR moment where I have a beautiful theory that is the wrongest anything has ever been.
I can neither confirm or deny.
I've been confident about some shit that was swiftly disproven, so well, probably. But
We'll say some things you say are correct and some things you say are false.
well, Nine, I've been meaning to ask if you just want me to let you in on my Google Docs, because they don't have the full extent of my thoughts, but you'll really get to see the specific insanity that I've been having. And just, like, it has a lot of, like, the questions that I'm specifically pursuing and what I'm noticing.
I need to pick up Canon like I'm a hawk and he's a rabbit on the ground.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I feel it. No, short kings don't go outside, there's a hawk out there.
Yeah, I'm the hawk.
Okay then, nice to meet you. I'm back.
I don't remember that.
I believe that about you though, Adrian.
I would say that.
Grace, I don't even remember who I said you'd like. I think I said I felt like you would like Ava, but it's also just because, like, I really like Ava.
Ava is...
I said that you would like a character that we haven't met yet.
I need to swirl Ava like coffee.
No, I feel that. All of my favorite characters are going in the meat grinder, I'll tell you that for free. I love all the ones that suck the most.
Yeah, I have strong feelings about Canon just because I was attached to him when I was younger.
Ava was not the one that I said anyone who plays should like her. The one I said anyone who plays should like her is not going to show up for a very long time.
Mm-hmm. I have complicated feelings on Rosa. I do like her. But I have to include an asterisk. every
Yeah.
time I say that.
Yeah. I'm 18. How old are you? He fell silent, as though wondering whether or not it was a question he'd have to answer. But here again, Jessica plowed ahead. This is Jessica.
If I remember correctly, Canon's 2 years younger than us, so 16, right?
I like how many characters have little fangs, by the way.
They all the Uchiko.
Nope,
Ryukishi
try
loves to
again.
do that. I keep doing this. It's because they both end with like an ishi. Ryukishi, Uchikoshi. They got
Shi.
shi at the end.
Yeah.
Kishi Koshi, and it fucks me up.
Yeah. It's just kind of difficult to clock what Umineko characters people would like, because they're all special kinds of terrible, and the problem is that, like...
They're very different in every episode.
Yes, and the problem is that, like, sometimes it's hard to tell what flavors of terrible are going to be over the line for somebody.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Certain characters might be a bridge too far, no matter how charismatic they are. But I like all of them, even though they all suck so much.
Yes, that is correct.
Some characters haven't done anything wrong where I'm at in the story, but there's still time.
Trying to.
That's my attitude towards, like, all of them. I'm like, oh, well, so-and-so
I
hasn't
wanted
done
to say the
anything wrong.
meme that I saw
Yeah.
a lot on Tumblr when I was 16 relating to Umineko, because that's related, but then I was like, we haven't met that character yet.
We here, or I as well?
As in, here in this episode, and this is a
Okay.
spoiler-free.
I see. You'll have to tell me.
I know I told you about it before.
Oh, did you? Mm-hmm. Okay. It looked like he would have preferred not to tell us his age if given the choice. That was probably because he thought we'd look down on him for it. I remember that when I was around his age, I hated being asked how old I was by adults. I see. 16, huh? That's gotta be a delicate time.
Brooding teenager.
Exactly 9. It's tough to be like, wow, I think you'd really appreciate this character, and then the character in question is, like, evil. When I was around that age 2 years ago, yeah, but that's what 18-year-olds are like.
That is what 18-year-olds are like.
Outlet does have the very real disease of being 18.
He really does. I think he should explode for it.
Yeah, death penalty.
It's not a disease for him, it's a crime.
Which means I probably said something I shouldn't have. I'm glad you're about our age. Just be cool and call me Battler. And I'll call you Cannon.
Thank you very much.
He has such a... Cannon's, like, stare is so funny. Incredibly, profoundly blank expression.
But the sentiment alone is sufficient. Babusama.
He's so 16. Jessica looked panicky for some reason. She seemed to think my impression of Cannon was getting worse because of his refusal. Well, as a girl, Jessica probably couldn't understand the fretful male heart at this age.
Yeah, that's definitely it.
As his elder, even just by 2 years, I took it upon myself to be understanding of that. He's such an 18-year-old boy.
He is. I was like, I'm so much older and more mature. 1 second, I noticed that there's something wrong with my book on the thing.
Oh, what? Oh, shit. That is... I was flipping through that earlier, my bad.
It's fine, it's fine. The book is heavy, so, like,
Oh,
that won't matter to it at all. I just wanted to do that before anything bad could happen.
Yeah, absolute tome of a manga.
Yeah, I have the first half of Umineko's manga, and it's...
The first half of the Umineko episode 1.
Yeah, of Umineko episode 1, and it is the thickest manga I own. And I own a lot of manga.
Close to being a word-for-word adaptation.
Yeah.
Kanan-san, could you perhaps be a little more courteous?
I wish I bought more of the issues of it back when it was still being in print, because I was buying them as they were being published. Basically, Higurashi and then Umineko, but by the time that Umineko started getting, like, actually released, I stopped being as interested in purchasing manga, and now I'm really kicking myself for that. Because now they cost like $5 billion.
Based on how they portrayed visually certain things that happen in this episode, I would love to see what they did about certain things in episode 2. Because the certain things from this episode are, holy shit, a little rough to look at with the eyes. In, like, a good way. It's good art. It's just like, ugh, nasty. Grace, I've also been having that problem. I keep wanting to draw these characters, but I'm too afraid to Google them, so I keep having to, like... Now I have, like, my... now I have a copy of the game set up so I can, like, pull up the profiles. But I'm so scared to Google
I will say, Genji, the other servant that was in Kinza's room, also had a golden, a one-winged eagle. Some servants just have that.
Yes.
As far as we know, some servants just have those.
Yeah. Also, why did he start being a servant at 13?
Yeah.
A smiling face is also part of a servant's duty.
My apologies. I shall make an effort. I'm just imagining he, like, puts his fingers at the corners of his mouth and raises them for, like, a big smile.
Goda-san, Kanan-kun is trying his best, yes?
Nine, I do know how it is with spaghetti.
You know how it is with one-winged eagles.
It looked like he was often warned about being unsociable. And apparently he hadn't improved one bit. Goda-san kept his business smile, but let a small sigh of resignation escape.
Well then, I still have work to do. If you'll excuse me.
Oh yeah, have we gotten a... We do have a canon.
My boy! Stupid socks. I hate him.
His gay little socks, his little pantaloons.
His platform.
His tailcoat. A young servant, he performs his duties silently and diligently, but he is not so highly regarded as a servant due to his unsociable nature. There are multiple other servants with the On character in their pseudonyms. He and Shannon just happened to be the ones on duty that day. What day? Do they mean today?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I see what they're getting at. I need to throw him into a river.
Like I said, I need to pick him up like a hawk and he's a rabbit.
He's activating some sort of predator animal instinct.
He literally...
Shatters glass.
That's me throwing him out a window.
It looked like Kanon himself was uncomfortable with remaining silent here any longer. That's his bones. Something about his shoes is very funny in a way that's hard to put words to.
I want you to know that he has a casual outfit that you see later, and he looks like a cyber goth. He looks like Sasuke.
His casual outfit is the funniest art in this whole fucking game, and I am prepared. I haven't seen all the art, and I am prepared to die on the hill that nothing could possibly be funnier than that. Kanon might be the best character.
You can see why I was obsessed with him when I was younger.
I understand.
And every
completely.
time I see it, I'm just like, oh my god.
Nothing has tracked more clearly than you being a childhood Kanon fan. After another perfunctory bow, he turned around and started pushing the wheelbarrow again. I mean, I will say, like, the thing about it is that, like, nobody will fault you for saying you love a character you've just met and then them turning out to be shitty. If that's what your fear is, you can't get away from that.
It's that everyone in this game will do
free.
Something wrong at least once.
It's, like, almost not even fun to be like, oh, they said they like him, chat, they don't know. Because it's like, that's all of them.
Like, one of my favorite thing about
much.
Kanon's mitten hand is that his fingers actually do look proportioned correctly. Unlike other characters who have big fucking sausage fingers.
They're proportioned correctly to his hand. His hand is very big.
Yeah, but like, he has more normal looking hand than like most others.
I also like that there's individual finger shading but not lines.
Yeah.
That's so
I think it looks nice.
Umineko hands are pretty good.
I like them.
Yeah.
I love the Higurashi hands. I love how they all have 4 fingers.
I think Higurashi is beautiful.
I love you, Higurashi.
Don't play Higurashi, by the way.
Shout out to Mion's ham hand.
I love you, Mion's ham hand.
The thing about it is that it's hard to clog. The other thing about it being difficult to clog anyone's favorites is that, like, I genuinely just like everyone. I don't think this game has a bad character in it. And I do mean everyone. I think this game has no bad characters. But, well,
I wouldn't say that.
some of them that I've met later on maybe are a little, what are you doing here? Of this cast, I like them all. And I will stand by that. As characters, not as people. No,
Yeah,
I think all of them are completely defensible and have done nothing wrong.
Yeah, they're all perfect human beings.
I will go on the record as stating I think
And then Kennen's a
Umineko-
perfect piece of furniture. He's my favorite chair.
Just then, the wheelbarrow suddenly wobbled and fell, scattering the load. I guess the wheelbarrow's single wheel got caught on a pebble and lost its balance. What do you think you're doing? Now, clean it up quickly. Why did he fade into existence?
He was transforming back from a chair.
Goda-san urged him to hurry in a quiet voice, as though hinting that it was shameful for a servant to appear clumsy in front of guests. Kanon-kun wordlessly reloaded the wheelbarrow with the fallen... Reloaded is a very funny word to use in it. Just like... I don't know, I just had the wrong image in my mind for a second there. Kanon-kun wordlessly reloaded the wheelbarrow with the fallen objects.
Kanen-kun wordlessly reloaded his gun.
Yeah. As if to say that he understood quite well without being told. He seemed to be fine with the light-looking gardening tools, shovels, and such, but he looked like he was having trouble getting his arms around and lifting up some sacks of fertilizer. Jessica.
Are you okay? You're so careless. Here.
Milady, you will dirty your garments. Please, leave this to us. With a smooth motion, Goda-san took the shovel that Jessica had picked up. Behind him, Kanon-kun was having trouble with the sacks of fertilizer.
Ooh, you'll dirty your garments?
Don't worry, the ones I'm wearing aren't that expensive. Yeah, but they're eggshell white, Battler.
He doesn't give a shit. This is his dad. His dad probably made him wear this.
That's true. That's very true. Besides, I hate guys who just sit there and make the waitress pick up the fork they dropped at a restaurant. I lifted up the other bags that had fallen. Of course, they weren't light, but for me it was a piece of cake.
Me on
account
my
of I'm so jacked.
my black market illegal HRT.
Yeah, my mail order HRT. Kanon-kun looked at me surprised. It was the face of someone who never would have expected to receive help from a guest.
Battler-sama, don't worry about it. I will take care of everything, so...
Don't you worry. I may not look it, but I've got it where it counts. Since Kanon-kun looked like he hadn't yet gone through his growth spurt, he was stuck with a sort of weak body. This kind of weight might have been too much for him. It's quite heavy. It's natural that it would be difficult for you. Don't worry about it, Kanon-kun. Okay, my time to shine. This makes up for the boat stuff from before, right?
As if that can make up for freaking out like that.
Later I'll tell you about it too, Kanon-kun.
Battler was totally hilarious.
Gonna fall. Ooh.
God. As they did this, I piled all the stuff back into the wheelbarrow.
I beg your forgiveness for letting you witness such unsightliness.
Come now, that's quite enough. Please go.
Go away.
Fuck
Leave.
off. Letting the guests, who were supposed to feel welcome, see such a disgraceful thing must have been hideously embarrassing for a servant. Pressed by Goda to hurry up and go, Kanon-kun left.
Bye.
You're too harsh on him, Goda-san. Shouldn't you have helped him instead of being a bully? I'm opposed to bullying. That was wrong of me. I deeply implore your forgiveness. Without even a twitch in his smile, Goda-san apologized elegantly.
Kanon-kun has a ton of things he's good at too. It's just that being young works against him all the time. It's a crying shame.
Well, it's a prickly age. Let's just leave him be. After all, closed-mouthed servants are the best kind. Isn't that right, Kumasawa-san?
Oh, Rudolph-sama, you're truly harsh. There is no servant as silent as me, of course.
Everyone smiled wryly at that obvious lie. Even she herself didn't believe it, not in her wildest dreams. So she must have said it to lighten the mood. Yeah, that's the kind of character Kumasawa Bachan used to be.
I think he's more
In his
being
memory.
like looking nostalgia.
The once stiff atmosphere had cleared up at once thanks to her cheerful smile.
I'd like to set down our luggage soon. Goda-san, what rooms are we all going to take?
It shall be the same as the previous year. Allow me to guide you. Please, this way. We headed towards a trim, elegantly simple guest house. This was going to be our temporary quarters for the night. Kanan watched over a hedge as the guests all entered the guest house. Then, he let his eyes fall on those heavy sacks of fertilizer piled up in the wheelbarrow. In his mind, he kept going over his previous mistake. Butler, big and strong, had picked up the sacks in front of him, the sacks Kanan couldn't lift himself, as if they were feathers. It would be extremely difficult for an outside observer to guess what emotions that favor had stirred up in Kanan. But as far as you could tell by watching him hang his head, there was something that he just couldn't let go of. Muttered words escaped his lips, but those words he murmured were so soft that they didn't reach even his own ears.
Even I.
Kanan hung his head, slightly biting his lower lip. You thinking over there, Grace? Don't think.
Don't think.
Stop thinking. Never think. Accept everything.
Never think, ever.
I remember the Rose Garden. I don't remember this guest house at all. Was it built recently? Torayon, Visitor's Retreat, was written on a gatepost-like thing, but since everyone called it the guest house, I followed their lead. The brand new Western-style guest house, which stood overlooking the roses, had a magnificent design, carefully done in harmony with the garden. Correct. It was built the year before last. Ever since then, they've had us sleep over here.
This place is more fun than that junky old mansion you'd know. Wish my room was over here.
Ugh. I want a room here too. I want one.
Well, I guess you could say my own house was upper class, but to me it felt completely ordinary compared to the head family. The display of wealth was shocking, as was the fact that they'd built this kind of awesome guest house for guests who came over only a few times a year. Eva-sama, Hideyoshi-sama, please do make use of this room. Rudolph-sama, Kirie-sama, please take this room here. I really do love how beautiful and elegant this place is. Western-style architecture truly is wonderful.
I can handle Western design for a few days, but any longer than that, you'd need the good old Japanese look. Japanese people just relax best on tatami mats.
They've been fighting over whether to make our new house Japanese style or Western style. Mom still holds a grudge about Dad having the construction started with a Japanese layout, and they bicker all the time about it.
I'm really jealous, George-san. Your parents get along well, don't they? Mine are so frosty. Then again, they're always in sync when it comes to my grades.
All the rooms seem to be for 2 people. I forgot how long it takes to even introduce Jessica's parents.
Yeah.
I was grateful since I wasn't going to be forced to share the same room with the old bastard under the pretext that we were family. And anyway, I figured those 2 wouldn't be able to enjoy themselves with someone like me around.
What's with that creepy smile? You're thinking about something dirty, aren't you?
Something dirty? Of course not. Please, enjoy your stay. Ow, ow, ow! That hurts, you old bastard. Once again, Dad pulled my ears from behind. Cut the crap. I'm getting a stomachache and I'm not in the mood for this. You're the guest of honor this time around, so play as nice as possible with Dad and Aniki and the rest. At the very least, be careful what you say in front of Dad, got it? Because wisecracks don't go too well with him. Jessica-chan, what's the head's mood been like lately?
Same as last year, I guess. Considering that he's got 3 months left to live, he's as lively, grumpy, and irritable as ever.
Meaning this year he's in his usual bad mood. And as usual, the only one who's able to look after him is Genji-san?
It seems the master will open his heart to no one else. Old man Yaoi. Daily us small people have not been granted an audience with him.
He's shut himself up in his study again, probably doing nothing but his weird black magic of his. What he does for a hobby is his own damn business, but when he starts sticking up the house, he gets really on my nerves. Wish he'd never come out of that study again.
You shouldn't talk like that about the elderly. We're all indebted to him since he rebuilt the
Bong.
Yoshinomiya family. Bong. We should be more grateful.
Well, sorry.
After being rebuked by George Aniki, Jessica had no choice but to take back her thoughtless remark. The Yoshinomiya family was wealthy beyond belief, but of course that meant all its members were a bit strange and completely out of touch with the world at large. And at the top of the chain, the family head, our grandfather, seemed especially strange and terrifying, even for our family. Dad said he was getting a stomachache earlier, and I imagine that reflected the honest feelings of all the adults here today. I have to run to the bathroom again, I'm so sorry, I'll be right back.
Survive.
Okay, I'm back, thank you for your patience.
Hi. I missed you all.
No doubt they were jealous of us grandchildren who could just play around and laugh without a care. From the stories Dad told me, the family head was a violent man who ruled with his fists, beating his children, even his daughters, mercilessly with a wooden sword. Normal family.
Normal family.
If he was so strict and uptight about that, why couldn't he have been a little more conservative with his kids' names, am I right, folks? That's definitely the most fucked up thing he did, naming his kids weird shit.
Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!
Grace. Excellent comedic timing as always. Because of that, even us grandkids had to suffer with having weird names, no other reason.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I can't say I have any trouble believing those terrifying stories about him. I don't remember meeting him very often, but I recall him looking extremely grumpy all the time, always making people cower with that sharp gaze of his. I remember that the room's atmosphere got so tense whenever he was around, you couldn't even breathe. What my dad said about me being the guest of honor now carries a little more oomph for me. 6 years ago, I was in elementary school, but I'm a high schooler now. If I act up, things could get serious. Ooh, scary. He does look frightening, but he's not so terrifying that you need to tense up like that. Nothing of what he says is truly unreasonable. I don't know about that.
George, you lied here.
Kinzo never says unreasonable shit. Not even once.
Never.
You guys remember the first scene? He seemed really well-adjusted and rational in that one.
Mm-hmm.
Very reasonable. Normal. He may be clumsy at talking, but he's a very logical person.
Ha ha ha!
Jessica?
But George, Nissan, you've been the family darling since, like, forever because of your awesome grades, right?
He gets so normal on his Joker juice. This is true.
Grandfather treats us completely different. I've even gone slapped with a wooden sword. On my ass! My ass! On my maidenly innocent ass!
Jessica is so fucking funny.
I didn't remember this line.
My maidenly innocent ass! Well, you're the heiress of the head family, Jessica-chan. Grandfather is giving you special attention. You've got to realize that his strictness reflects his high hopes for you.
Does he have high hopes for her?
Yeah.
Maybe he does. Or maybe he doesn't.
Depending which theories of mine you believe.
The answer is yes or no, depending on what you think.
Yeah, it's...
The answer is either yes or no.
What George is saying is either true or false. Trying to think about Umineko always leads to this.
Yeah. Come on, seriously. I could just turn the I could just turn the succession over to you, George D-san. It's a bit of a heavy burden for me to carry.
I think I already said it before, but Jessica's the girl heir is such a weird way to put that. She's the heiress, but Jessica's the girl heir to the head family. We're only cousins and branch families, so she probably feels a totally different sort of pressure than we do.
Jessica Oni-chan, is that heavy? If I help hold it, will it get lighter?
Maria's so sweet, it makes me want to explode.
Thanks. It's okay, I'm not gonna push it on you, Maria.
I'm going to burst into flames.
I'm gonna bear this cross until my grave.
He learned yesterday on Twitter saying female is awkward in a lot of contexts, but didn't internalize any context or reason. And thus, girl heir.
Don't worry.
She was grateful for Maria's innocent concern, but Jessica's face still seemed to contain some of the uneasiness she felt towards the future. Maybe we were in the same boat. Any high schooler with exams approaching would have trouble hiding their anxiety for the future. Maria, come here. You and I will be in this room. Battler-kun, I heard you're gonna be with me in this room here. Oh, now there's a surprise. It's bigger than our parents' rooms, dang.
I'd figured we cousins would all want to hang out together.
So I told them to get a bigger room, Freddy. Ooh, I like it here more too. I'd rather be here than with Mama. Ooh.
Oh, you like it better here too, Maria. Okay, this room is George's and mine, but we'll give you special permission to come in. Better keep it a secret from your mom, okay?
Ooh, it's a secret.
Aunt Rosa was right behind us, but Maria still answered, striking the air with her fists clenched tight. That's really cute.
It's so cute.
Rosa pretending not to listen.
Rosa putting her hands over her ears.
Yeah. After setting down their luggage in their rooms, our parents had gathered again in the corridor. Hey, what are you brats planning to do? Are you cousins just gonna stay here and chat? Sissel? Sissel. That's not how you go in a bag, bud. You fucked it all up. That's the wrongest anyone's ever done it. I'm gonna help Sissel get in a bag real quick. Sissel, you're so dumb, God bless. You can't stand on it to get inside it. That's not how this works. You have to... Sissel!
Sissel.
You are the worst at getting in a bag that anyone has ever been. Look, check this out.
Fucking burrowing animal.
Sissel's a natural-born Foley artist. It seemed they were heading to the mansion to announce their arrival. Normally they would make us follow them and greet everyone together, but if that had been the case, Dad would have told us to come and that'd be the end of it. He's saying it's okay if we don't come, so what'll we do?
Well, it's gonna be lunchtime before long anyway. Better let the kids unwind here. Besides, if worst comes to worst, this might be their last chance to play outdoors.
Ooh, I'll go too.
Maria, you house sit for Mama, okay? Behave yourself and wait here. Since Maria was being told to house sit here, we certainly couldn't leave her on her own. George Aniki noticed this immediately and gave a clear reply for all of us cousins. Well then, we'll accept your offer and house sit. We've got lots of stories to tell each other after being away for a year.
That sounds wonderful. And Bella-kun has 6 years worth of stories to tell, doesn't he?
Yeah. I'll take care of the house like a good boy.
Kumasawa-san, I'm gonna stay here too. We'll break rank and leave the rest to the adults.
Perhaps that would be for the best. Oh. I'll report it to the madame.
Then allow me to guide you all to the mansion. This way, please.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
I'm giving a little bit of that, aren't I? The other children are one thing, but George is getting to be an adult. Wouldn't it be better if he came with us?
If we make him come, then poor George will be the only one out of place. Interacting with his cousins is also important. Okay, see you later.
The adults left one after the other. They left in the same formation as our trip from the harbor, with Goda-san leading and Kumasawa-san taking up the rear. As we gathered in the room assigned to us cousins, George Aniki asked us to excuse him for a second. He rushed over to Kumasawa-san, who was following behind the disappearing adults, and seemed to ask her something. He soon finished his business and came back. What's up, Aniki? It really is the plight of ages 22 to 25. George is very specifically the age that he is within this family. Nothing. I just wanted to ask her something.
Ooh! Tell me too! Tell me too!
What could George Neeson be asking Kumasawa-san and not me, I wonder? I don't have a clue.
No, it's a misunderstanding. Not that I know what you're misunderstanding. Aniki was getting pretty tongue-tied. George is...
He's
Battler
23.
said he's turning 23 this year.
Oh.
But it's also October, so he's rounding up to 23, I think, is fair. He will be 23 within the next 3 months. Aniki was getting pretty tongue-tied. It was almost as though he felt guilty about something, and Jessica knew exactly what he was worried about. At any rate, it's no fun if Jessica gets to know about it and not me. Hey, Maria, looks like we're the only two out of the loop, right? Don't you want to know what they're talking about?
Ooh! We want to know too! We want to know too! Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Oh, they're saying that in together.
Ooh. I fooled around while oohing together with Maria. No, I'm telling you. It's no big deal. Liar. I'm surprised you'd tell such a terrible lie, Aniki. Confess. Maria, you tickle his right side, I'll tickle his left.
Ooh! I've got his right side, Badler's got his left! Ooh!
Oh, wait a second. Wait, you two. Stop. These sound effects are incredible. Maria and I played around, chasing George Aniki as he tried to escape, rolling on the bed.
Oh, I love these undignified kids.
They're so close to being normal. I realize high schoolers...
They would be so normal if they were not in this family.
Yeah, no, and I was thinking that it's... The worst one yet is coming. But then it will be mostly over, I think. At least for what we're intending to play. I know there's later stuff, but I realize high schoolers aren't supposed to bounce around like kittens, but I still miss this kind of fun. A warm, cozy kind of fun.
George Nisan, what were you asking Kumasawa-san?
Well, I've got a good guess. It's been a year since the last time he visited the head family. Who knows what servants might have come and gone during that time?
Yeah, nothing gets, I think, this bad again. I just think my brain immediately goes to like end of episode 2. I think he says some shit again there, but I think it is less bad than this even.
Either way, it looks like he'd like to go and say hi. Say hi? I want to say hi too.
The hell? That's nothing to feel guilty about, Aniki. I'm not buying it. Maria, don't be fooled. Aniki's still hiding something. More torture! Uria! Stop it, seriously. Maria-chan, you too. Stop already.
She's probably busy cleaning or getting lunch ready. Don't worry, she'll drop by to say hi sooner or later. I bet you'd rather have been welcomed in by Shannon instead of that nosy Goda.
Shannon? Shannon. Ah, yeah, I remember a girl with that name. Is she still a servant? How's she doing?
House.
House.
I think the song is called Rose, but also I mistake a lot of the fucking violin only songs.
There's kind of a lot of them,
They're
yeah.
strings only. This is not violin.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like violas, maybe.
Yeah. I can't tell apart string instruments well.
It's too deep for a violin, I think.
Yeah.
Or it's like not what you would play on a violin.
By the way, Natsuine-san, how's your headache been lately? Seemed pretty serious before, Sissel.
Sissel, are you stupid?
Yes!
He got out of the bag. Oh my god. Hang on. I'm photographing him so that I can post what this idiot does. Sissel. For fuck's
It's
sake.
broken!
It's not. You're just an idiot. Sissel. Nice scared.
I don't want to be in there anymore.
I'm going to yell. Here. Go in the bag.
Go in the bag, boy.
Baby.
Fuck.
Go straight up bag.
No, I don't want it anymore.
Hates me and wants me to die. I'm gonna
Absolutely.
sit down again, and you know what he's gonna do.
Absolutely. I unplugged the headphones.
Oh, did you? Wait.
I don't know where it plugs in.
You're close. But you have to really break your wrist to get back there, to be honest with you. Oh, I've run over my headphone cord. Excellent.
So I'm gonna pick you up baby style.
Everyone enjoy how beautiful Natsuhi is.
Hi, Natsuhi!
We'll return to you shortly when we can hear the game again. Now Natsuhi, best character in the game.
Natsuhi, best character in the game.
Natsuhi, comfortably, easily another one of my top 5. Love her. Would you like to be Natsuhi? Would you like to
Sure,
be Natsuhi?
I'll take Natsuhi. I have been much better lately. Thank you for your concern.
Oh, right. Here. A present for you, Natsuhine-san.
Thank you very much. I'm always receiving gifts from you. Is this black tea?
It's herb tea with peppermint and lemon balm. It's a blend from a well-known store, and it's supposed to be good for headaches. I thought it might help you too.
I love how you meet Natsuhi, first thing you know about her, she gets chronic migraines.
This girl has migraines. Rosa was always a conscientious woman. Probably because she was the youngest of 4 and much younger than the other 3. She managed to grow up without gaining the venomous nature of her siblings. Her kind words got Natsuhi to soften her expression for just a moment, but it wasn't enough to melt her stony gaze, hardened as it was by long years of mental stress.
And then followed by Ava.
Speaking of the venomous nature of her siblings, come to think of it, you're always complaining about those headaches. Pull yourself together. Jessica-chan has her exams this year, right? That's going to be a turning point in her life. Will she really be able to rely on you as a mother if you're like that? Besides, Natsuhine-san, you're 3 years younger than me. You should get your act together.
I apologize. I've had a tendency for headaches all my life.
This music got loud as fuck.
Yeah.
The audio balancing in this game is sometimes a little bit... it's a little.
It's a lottle.
Even under normal circumstances, Ava sometimes failed to choose her words carefully.
Oh, I think she chose them.
I don't agree at all.
I think those words were chosen extremely carefully.
I think she does choose her words carefully. But her comments aimed at Natsuhi contained shards of obvious malice, though she hid it with a smile. Sage? Real.
Yeah.
I too would get chronic migraines if I mean, because she lives here.
Yeah.
She is the head of household. She lives in this house that Kinzo also lives in. She's dealing with this shit full time.
She is the head of the household.
Yeah.
Of this household hell.
Of course, that fact didn't escape Natsuhi. She frantically contained her urge to grimace and pretended to ignore Eva.
Our Ballerkin will have his exams this year, too. Rudolph-san, shouldn't you be a little concerned as well? For the sake of your own son, you'd better get serious to the point of having headaches like Natsuhine-san.
If I say anything, he automatically rebels. So what should I say? Should I say the opposite? That it's okay for him to mess around? It's probably the only way I could get him to listen to me. Hideyoshi-ni-san, George did really well in his exams, right? Please, you've got to teach me the trick to handling children.
Well, it's probably because I got him to understand why you should study. Cecil does not like my Hideyoshi voice.
What are you doing? Why do you sound like that?
Study isn't worth anything on its own. That's right, the real point of study is to practice research and stuff on your own whenever you bump into something you don't like. You don't know. If you can't do that, you can't be useful to society. I'm not talking about math or writing. You gotta learn how to learn.
That's splendid. I wish our Jessica could understand that as well. If she's to be the heiress of the Yoshirime family, then at this rate...
Do you really have to force her into becoming the successor? After all, a woman has to find a woman's happiness. Parents shouldn't force such things on their children, don't you think?
Hold your horses, Ava. Not the right ways. Each family got its own way of raising their kids. You shouldn't be pushy.
I'm sorry. Natsuhine-san, don't take it the wrong way. Though the light shining in through the window was quite warm despite the cloudy weather, there was a dark mood about the room. Yeah, Hideyoshi, something that is like very quickly observable is that the people who married into this family are by and large 1,000,000 times more normal than anybody else.
Yeah, Hideyoshi is one of the nicest people in the family.
He's a fairly chill guy. There was a dark mood about the room, which was probably causing headaches for more than just Natsuhi. As if to sweep away that mood, Kirie brightly made a suggestion to all present.
Still, this black tea has a really lovely aroma. Let's drink it right away. In Japan, surely you couldn't find something like Leopold's black tea anywhere but Ginza, right?
I see you know a lot about it, Kirie-ne-san. I guess it was worth going to the trouble of buying it. Kirie and Rosa stood up from their seats and made as if to prepare the black tea, but Natsuhi forestalled them.
I thank you both, but we can try that later. One of our people will be coming to bring some tea, so please relax.
Leave it for later, you two. Let's enjoy our welcome drink. Rudolph gave a subtle signal with his eyes for them to sit down again. Kirie and Rosa understood instantly and obediently returned to their seats. The initial greeting of the guests was complete, so it was time for them to be served some tea. It was embarrassing for the host that the tea was late, especially now that the guests were talking about making tea themselves. Natsuhi bit her lower lip, frustrated by the ineptitude of the servants who were late bringing in the tea. Seeing her face, Ava immediately started to giggle. Of course, Shannon had no way of knowing what was taking place in the parlor. She came pushing a serving cart piled with teacups. For no apparent reason, Natsuhi gave her a pained look, and Shannon couldn't help but flinch without knowing what she had done wrong.
Excuse me. Your tea is ready.
Oh, Shannon-chan, it's been a while. You keep getting prettier every time I see you.
Oh, thanks.
Save the chatting for later after you've set the table. The tea will get cold.
I apologize, madam.
Hi, Sarah!
Hi, Sarah!
Welcome in. We're doing complicated wealthy family politicking.
Hello, Hordian.
Welcome, welcome. She apologized like a small frightened animal, as small frightened animals often do. Bumped against the serving cart and made a jarring racket as she dropped several teaspoons. He says she and Cannon both have the little looking glass thing or clearish gem. That's true. They do both have the on their neck. Mm-hmm. Their brooches look about the same. I think.
Let's get the Shannon.
The one I know
profile.
involves children playing catch with knives and other implements. Higurashi, if I had to guess.
Not particular. Not usually.
No. Well, there's only so many when they cries.
Yeah. It's just the one who has the cleaver.
I see. Her clumsiness made Natsuhi's expression turn even darker, which made Shannon quail even more. Come on, Natsuhine-san. There's nothing wrong with her exchanging a few words in greeting. The tea must be plenty cold already, considering how long we've been kept waiting.
She is so mean.
Ava is so... She sucks so much.
She is such a bitch, and I love her. Like, I usually don't call female characters bitches, but, like, she is kind of like a textbook example of a bitch.
She's going out of her way.
She's going out of her way for everything that comes out of her mouth to be a veiled insult or direct insult.
There's no need to worry. It's not cold yet.
Shannon, finish setting the table quickly.
I'm sorry, madam.
Natsuhi's irritation was obvious by now. The ineptitude that delayed the tea, the clumsiness of the servant, everything pointed to the incompetence of Natsuhi's everyday leadership, making her lose face. As the person in charge of the Yoshiromiya head family's kitchen, allowing that clumsiness to be exposed, today, of all days, was surely nothing less than total humiliation.
You can see how much this family loves to judge people.
No, they're all so normal.
That this little thing is making Natsuhi lose her mind.
Yeah.
An embarrassment.
Lay off, Natsuhine-san. Don't you think it's a little harsh to bully Shannon-chan when she's trying her best?
I'm not bullying anyone.
What a nice aroma. May I ask what brand this is?
Kitty is really like, have you tried the chicken? I thought the chicken was lovely.
Have you tried the tea?
She's like trying to redirect this so hard.
I'm terribly sorry. I'll find out for you later.
Kitty was trying to be nice, hoping to cut through the tense mood. However, Shannon had embarrassed herself instead, darkening Natsuhi's face and the room's mood. By this point, Ava was audibly giggling.
As if she wasn't audibly giggling beforehand.
Yeah. More loudly, perhaps.
Yeah.
What's this? Shannon-chan, you don't even know what you're pouring us? Come on now, you mustn't serve something so suspicious to guests. We'll need a silver spoon at the very least before we can drink this.
I'm sorry. I'll go get one immediately.
Shannon-chan, do you know what silver spoons are used for? They have to be silver. Do you know why?
No,
A teasing smile ran to Ava's face as she stared at Shannon setting the table. By itself, Ava's expression was sweet in an impish sort of way. However, the words being spun from her lips held the keenness of a razor within them. Yeah, unimportant dialogue incoming. No, there's no way. There's no way this comes up again. Shannon tried with all her might to avoid Ava's continuing gaze.
I believe that. I think I remember hearing that.
It's silver is copper? Yeah, copper, silver, and gold. Interesting. Realizing that Shannon was hard-pressed for an answer, Rosa gave some timely help. They say that if silver is touched by poison, it darkens. Guess you've learned something today, Shannon-chan.
Rosa trying her best. Rosa and Kirie-san both trying their best.
Fighting for their lives.
Yeah, I do. I do. That does sound like a huge superstition thing.
They were acting as though this tea needed to be tested for poison before it could be drunk. In Natsuhi's eyes, this was an insult both to the tea and to herself for serving it. Rudolph laughed flippantly and patted Ava's shoulder. Silver cutlery wouldn't do any good for you, Haneki. Just one lick of your poisonous tongue and even a silver plate would turn pitch black.
Since I get to hear that poison tongue every day, I must be poison-proof myself by now.
I love that Hideyoshi is not even defending her. He's like, so true.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Oh, interesting.
That is really cool.
Yeah.
Ava, I don't mind when you use it on me, but you'd better hold back when talking to people who haven't built up a resistance.
My, how cruel. All I did was teach Shannon-chan a bit about tea, didn't I? Everyone followed the lead set by Hideyoshi's horse laugh and chuckled, though not easily. I have never heard that word before. I don't wish death upon him, but if he does die, he better be poisoned. Yeah, him saying he's poison resistant is a little bit...
Well, either he gets poisoned or he doesn't.
That's true. Only Natsuhi didn't join in, but for the time being, the conversation inside the parlor could now be mistaken for a lively and friendly chat. That's a really funny thing to say.
Yeah.
As Shannon finally finished setting the tea table and tried to leave, Kirie apologized to her in a low voice for not being able to help.
Oh.
Shannon gave a light bow and made a hasty retreat. Shannon cast her eyes downwards as she pushed the cart down the corridor. Anyone seeing the pitiful way she looked might easily conclude that she'd been bullied in some way.
Don't be sad. You didn't do anything wrong, Nei-san. You are watching?
That is my role. Madame and Ava-sama can go to hell.
So true.
But the worst coward is that guy.
Cannon glared hatefully in the opposite direction of the parlor. The preparations for the tea had been delayed by some trifling problems in the kitchen. These problems were not Shannon's fault. In fact, it had been Goda's mistake. After all, there was no way a show-off like Goda would give up a flashy job bringing in tea when the guests arrived. He had ended up wasting the time preparing the tea once again. So when he realized he wouldn't be able to score any points for this job, he pushed the task of setting the table on Shannon, who happened to be passing by. You might call it a clever move on his part, but there could be no doubt that it was a cowardly one.
It's okay, Kaneko. Thank you. I'm not bothered by it at all.
Cannon's silence vividly expressed the distance between Shannon's words and how she actually felt.
Thank you. Even if you're the only one who understands, I feel a bit better.
You keep your feelings too bottled up, Nei-san. You should be less hard on yourself for once.
Yeah, thanks.
Suddenly, they both felt someone's presence and whirled around. A middle-aged man.
Genji! Genji sweep!
It was Genji, the head servant.
Wait, do we have the profile for Shannon yet?
That's a really good question, actually.
No! Okay.
We don't have Natsuhi's either.
Okay.
Observation I made earlier is that we only get the profiles for most characters when their name is said in kanji.
Huh.
So if they haven't said the name in kanji, we don't get a profile.
Well, soon. Soon we'll see Shannon.
Is it because Battler hasn't met them.
It might be because he hasn't introduced them yet.
Yeah.
He's like, this is Nazi.
Because we're not with Battler right now, because he's back at the guest house.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the rule for it. Every time. It's funny every time.
Yeah.
What the hell was my Genji voice even? What are you doing here? Shannon, hurry back to the kitchen.
Yes. If you'll excuse me.
Shannon humbly obeyed and promptly made to push the cart and leave. However, Cannon appealed to Genji in silence, bearing something in his eyes that he could not express in words.
Morphogenetic communication.
What is it? Did something happen?
Shannon didn't do anything wrong, but even so, they...
Stop it, Kennen-kun. Please excuse me. I'll return to work immediately. Kennen-kun, you should go back to your post too. Please.
If you say so, Nesa.
If that is all, then go.
Yes. If you'll excuse me.
I love that their faces look so similar.
Everyone is eyes closed. Yeah. Everyone is sleepy mode.
We do not see it. From the shadows in the hallway, an old woman wearing an apron watched over them.
Hi, Kumasawa.
It was Kumasawa. Something about her just being in the corner.
Poor Shannon-san, Cannon-san. There's no reason for those two to be picked on. Still, Goda-san's dislike for them is an undeniable fact. Until Goda-san was taken in by the Oshirimiya head family, I heard he worked for a fabulous hotel somewhere. The manner of work he learned there was quite impressive, I believe. It's just that Goda-san is the newest servant here.
Hates people with on in their name.
He must have a lot of pride accumulated from his previous positions. Because Shannon-san and Cannon-kun are his seniors at the mansion and yet are inexperienced and has gone through much less in life than he has. He picks on them at every chance he gets. And also, sad as it may be, they are disliked by Madame Natsuhi too. Of course, if we're talking about experience, the Madame has been in this family much longer, and yet, this is one point where I cannot help but sympathize with the Madame as well. Truly, the Master is a man with many sins on his conscience. Why didn't he realize that such a trifling whim of his would give the Madame such an inferiority complex? Of course, on the inside, even the Madame is fully aware those two don't deserve to be treated so harshly. However, the heart has reasons that reason knows not.
Yeah,
I feel so sorry for them. I can't do anything but watch over them from the shadows.
Bakumaza. Thank you for your monologue. End of chapter!
I knew it was coming. We will move to noon, which I think is a lovely time to call it.
Mm-hmm. When are we getting Shannon's profile?
Not yet. I genuinely think we're not gonna get it until... I don't actually know for sure if this is the rule, but I think we're not getting it till Battler beats her.
Probably, yeah.
No. Interesting little note about that scene is that we were first person with somebody other than Battler for a bit there. We were also like third person for a minute.
You're taken out of Battler's mind. Thank God.
Battler's a horrible mind.
I hate being in his brain.
He has whatever the opposite of a beautiful mind is.
Horrid mind.
Yeah, Battler's wretched mind.
You can still watch our VODs because we love you.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, the perspective's all over the place, which is interesting. Something I don't yet have a handle on, personally. But... yeah.
Happy International Women's Day, Grace.
Happy International Women's Day, Grace. Well, thanks y'all for hanging out for this thrilling.
Thank you for
family
indulging
drama.
the insanity that we've been having for the past several weeks.
Yeah, it's been fun even just to like observe as y'all just notice little things.
You guys are the noticers.
You guys have picked up on some stuff that definitely wasn't obvious to me on a first watch through. Like, I've just noticed when the times when you say and things of that nature, I'm also aware of what you're noticing, and I definitely didn't pick up on it the first time. So, but yeah, we'll continue on probably next week with some more of this horse shit. The plan basically, so there's 8 episodes total. I only intend to stream one of them. We'll see.
Yeah, if we decide to stream more of them, we will first play them before we stream them. Or at least
Yes.
get through them so we can have adequate warnings for every episode.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of anticipate. The thing about it is that some of the later episodes get heavy in ways that are just, I think, not going to be fun to stream.
Yeah.
Like 3
Has some difficult parts.
has
4
some shit. 4?
has some shit.
Yeah. But 1 at least is like manageable. Warnings for When They Cry series? Why would that ever be needed? So true.
We have never need a warning for anything in a When They Cry series. Also, I'm sorry for getting you into Higurashi and never giving you any warning about anything.
Oh Christ.
I was 12 and I
Yeah.
wasn't thinking about that.
Yeah, no.
Actually, by the time that I met you, I was like 15 or 16, but like,
These games don't contain scenes, famously.
there are no scenes.
Yeah.
Make the screen black right now.
I feel like I actually have seen a variant of like this game contains scenes about a warning on Higurashi. I can't remember what it was, but it was just like Higurashi contains scenes or something like that. Or like Higurashi contains depictions.
Yeah.
Something like that. That's like, it looks like an official warning from the game.
A thing that I really love about Higurashi is that there is a GBA port of the games. And,
Sure.
And that's not even the funniest part. There was like an anti-piracy thing put in there, where if it detected that there was like a piracy thing, Rena would attempt to dox you.
That's Higurashi? I've heard about that.
She
Where
doesn't
like-
get it right, but she tries to dox you.
Oh my god.
She says like a fake IP address.
That's so fucking funny.
Funniest anti-piracy thing.
Interesting argument. Unfortunately. Love that for her. Rena can do whatever she wants.
Yeah, forever.
I don't know anything about Higurashi.
Actually, I think there's some things that she should not be doing.
That's probably
forever
true.
or ever.
That's probably true. The only things I know about Higurashi are the things in Umineko that are Higurashi references.
Well, I
Probably
will
not
tell
even all
you
of them.
that everyone in Higurashi is mentally ill in some way.
Yeah, I believe that about a Ryukishi game. That checks out.
I related to Rena when I was younger.
Checks out.
And knowing that I've had a lot of realizations about my own mental health this year, you may understand some things.
Shout out, Rena.
Shout out to Rena.
But yeah, thanks for chilling for... We're still in such a chill part of the game, it feels like. Like, everyone's being mean, but like, it's so funny how long this game takes to get the way that it gets.
Yeah.
I'm very excited for this game to get the way that it gets. Probably, I don't know. Probably
I think
not
we got
next
at least
time.
1 or 2 more streams
We got at least
before-
1 or 2 more streams before shit gets so normal.
I think we might be able to get to the letter next time.
I think that's realistic.
We'll be able to see the portrait finally next time.
We will definitely see a very normal...
A portrait of she who doesn't actually ever appear in Umineko.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely.
No. Yeah. We'll things will get interesting for sure next time, and they will just continue to get
Things
more
don't
interesting
stop being interesting.
at an increasing pace. It's delightful. But I'm glad y'all are enjoying this beginning portion, because I honestly really like it too. I liked it even the
I
first
think
time.
it's good set dressing.
Yeah. little bit of slice of life. You got to set up all the character dynamics. It is genuinely so important to understand these characters' relationships to
And
each
their
other.
hierarchies.
And the hierarchies. So, yeah, I think that's, I'm excited to get into a little bit more of this. Episode 1's so delightful, and I'll be excited to get to, God, end of episode 1's gonna be so much fun.
Mm-hmm.
The way this episode ends. Yippee. I'm just excited. The way all of them end is, you know. But, yeah, this will be... I'm having fun. I'm having a delightful time here with my friends. And we are so close to being at the end of Battler being the way that he is. So close.
For a time.
For a little while. There's just one more thing. And then he chills the fuck out. So we've almost gotten through it. And then it's only like once per episode that he says something that is so bad that I have to take a lap around. When you get to the one in episode 4, you will know exactly what it was.
Uh-oh. I haven't
You
gotten
will
to
get
that.
to, you will get to the line and you will say, I know why Josh had to take a lap. It's honestly, like, I mean, he's said worse, but like,
Yeah.
it's just like, I felt crazy reading him saying that. But anyway. So much exciting stuff ahead. Shit's about to get so normal. And then it gets even normaler all the time.
Things get so normal in Umineko.
Yeah.
This is called the normal game.
The normal game, famously. Yeah.
In Japanese, it's just called normal game.
Yeah, that's true. Regular ass game is what they called it originally. The whole Umineko thing was like a weird localization.
Yeah. They actually made it a Japanese name in the English localization. They
Yeah.
went from normal game to Umineko no Nakukoro ni.
Yeah, it was weird. It was
Yeah.
a weird choice.
We're gonna see more. Are we gonna see more? I was gonna ask, are we gonna see more Baja sickly green villainous venomous Baja blast? I hope so.
I think so.
Yes, Baja blast. Ow, my shoulders.
I think there's a little bit more Mountain Dew in our future.
Good.
The timing of it is a little hard for me to remember, but because there's like, yeah,
Always
the
on
order
that,
of events is a little difficult.
Cause he's always on that damn Mountain Dew.
It's because he's always on that damn Mountain Dew.
That's why he's dying.
I mean, Nanjo thinks so.
Yeah.
He seems to have other ideas. I think he said if I stopped taking this, I would die. But yeah, this has been a little sampling of Umineko. I am
Which
very
is also
excited.
probably true, because I think if you're an alcoholic and you go cold turkey quitting alcohol,
Yes, it will kill you.
Kill you.
I also feel like if you're at the level of absinthe,
Yeah.
even more true. But yeah, this was really fun. I'm excited to play a little bit more of this game for y'all. I'm really excited to see what you guys think as sort of things evolve.
Yes.
And you learn more about some characters and some stuff, and more shit happens. And if this ends up successfully enticing anyone into this game, I will feel very happy. But yeah, I also have like playthroughs that I recommend if you don't feel like getting it yourself. I really like the playthrough that I've been playing. I think it's a lot of fun, or I've been watching. So I can definitely recommend that if that's your vibe. Hi, Cecil. Hi, baby. But yeah, next week will be delightful. I'm excited to continue on with this, and thank you all for hanging out. And I feel like I'm speaking circularly because I've forgotten how to end a stream.
Have a good one, guys.
Have a good one, guys.
Oh yeah, thank you for the compliment of the art. Josh did a great job.
Yes, thank you. I'm really happy with it.
Next week we're gonna have the Grace art.
What?
Also,
Wait.
the Grace art also on the sides.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I would love to do that. I will find a way. But yeah, have a good one, guys.
Have a good
We
one,
will be,
guys.
I think, we're good for regular this Sunday VLR?
Mm-hmm.
Question mark. And then after that, I don't know.
Yeah,
But,
we'll find
the
out.
following week we won't.
Yeah. But in the future,
But yeah, so we'll see y'all on Sunday.
the
for
future is always
Comes.
uncertain.
The future is uncertain. This is true. But we'll see you this Sunday.
Misfortune.
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 Have a good one,
Have a good one,
guys.
guys.